It's Wednesday night. Welcome to Hang Up. I'm Matt Dillahunty. Tonight I was going to have Dr. Aaron Adair on and talk about science and science communication. That's been pushed to next week. There's a bunch of other things that I had been wanting to talk about. I was sitting here taking notes this afternoon. I was going to talk about the United States committing an act of war on a boat in international waters. I was going to talk about MAGA voters being especially stupid and immoral. I was going to talk about how much I, as a humanist, find myself hating those people and the world they built and what it started to change in me, the frustrations that I feel. I was going to talk about how I can't and won't advocate for violence, but I find it increasingly difficult to speak out against violence, and I hate that this world has moved me in that direction at all. And then while I was typing those notes for tonight, somebody went and shot Charlie Kirk. The bulk of the following up to the timestamp, you'll know when we get there, was written immediately after he was shot and before it was announced that he was dead. I oppose vigilante violence. It's not justice. I said the same thing when Trump was shot. It is immoral and it is strategically stupid. And those people were the ones that kept excusing it. The shooter today deserves no forgiveness, just like the shooter we talked about a week or two ago, and the one we'll undoubtedly talk about a week or two from now. When I heard that Charlie Kirk was shot, I found that I still hate and cannot advocate for violence for speech, even ignorant, hateful, harmful speech. And I also found that I have no sympathy for him. None. As I write this, I have no idea if he's alive or dead, and that my personal preference on that has nothing to do with his value as a human, but what is strategically preferable. As a human, he is garbage. He's a propagandist, thoroughly dishonest, intellectually unimpressive, and morally bankrupt. But as a martyr, he might be more effective. As a victim, he might be even more effective. As I write this, I wonder if I should talk about this at all. Who was the shooter? Why did they do it? Was the person who was asking the questions an accomplice? Soon there'll be talk about false flags and motives and what is justified and what isn't. It wasn't justified, but I have no sympathy left for him. The audio I heard of the event has someone asking him a question, asking if he knows how many mass shootings there were, and Charlie Kirk, in his typical dishonest spin, replied with counting or not counting gang violence, and that's when the single shot went off. I'm told there was a lot of blood, and he appeared to be shot in the neck. Turning Point, as I write this sentence, just announced that Charlie Kirk has been shot, is in the hospital, and they're praying for him. Yes, pray for him. Thoughts and prayers. Don't waste hospital space on him. He'll have the thoughts and prayers of millions of hateful bigots, and that'll either work or it won't. If thoughts and prayers are good enough for everybody else, they should be good enough for him. He's promoted hateful conspiracy theories. He was the youngest speaker at the 2016 RNC. He was on Forbes 30 Under 30. He spread misinformation about COVID-19 and the safety of vaccines. He helped spread misinformation and disproven claims about election fraud. He pled the fifth when testifying before the House Committee on the January 6th insurrection after he was accused of financing potentially some of the folks who came to the Stop the Steal rally. He's anti-science on climate change. He switched from secularism to Christian nationalism. He supported fascism. He supports an end to church-state separation, something that he was in favor of back in 2018, as he said with Dave Rubin, another dipshit who dipped his toes into Christian nationalism. He's said and done things that are homophobic, transphobic, Islamophobic. He is fomenting online violence and excusing physical violence. This event was predictable, unsurprising, perhaps inevitable in the world that he helped craft. He said, quote, "It's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational." Is it rational? Does Charlie Smirk even know what rational means? It's worth having gun deaths in order to protect our right to carry weapons? First of all, is that a right that is even worth protecting? The fact that his justification for that right is in fact irrational ends the argument. That isn't a God-given right, and there are no God-given rights that anybody can demonstrate. And if there were God-given rights, God can fucking protect those rights without armed citizens. The right to bear arms doesn't protect any of our other rights, which is evident by his sycophants working to take away our rights. Rights are granted and protected by governing bodies, period. The Constitution and the rule of law that he and his cohorts are advocating an end to while pretending that they love it, that's what protects our rights. The rights you think you should have may be very different from the ones you do have. The reality is that some folks want to keep their guns, and they're okay with people dying so that they can maintain their armed status and the delusion that they're ready to stand up against a tyrannical government. The irony that is the exact government that they're building, a prison of their own making with the delusion that they will be the wardens. That's the honest take, and I own guns. I support gun ownership, but I'd happily give up that right. I'm under no delusion that I have any hope of defending myself against the police or the military or even just a random person. But if we assume for a second that the Second Amendment is somehow necessary to protect our other rights, does that mean that those rights are worth the cost of having regular mass shootings? Does it mean that it's worth having little or no restrictions on who can own firearms and which firearms? That is a value judgment that he asserted and did not defend in that statement of his. Because he's a propagandist, a spin doctor, a liar. He couldn't make a sound argument for values or recognize that he's violating Hume's dictum and attempting to derive an ought from an is. Hume famously pointed out that you cannot derive an ought from an is, that you cannot get an imperative from a mere fact. Charlie Kirk can claim it's rational, but he's wrong. He's just painting either his opinion or his owner's position as if it were a fact. Worse, he's compounding it. What is the is from which he'd like to derive an ought? Well, that there is such a thing as God-given rights. But that's not an is. It's an assertion that is not demonstrably true. And he's moving from that unfounded is statement to the ought statement of we ought to have the right to own guns to protect those other rights. And that's an ought from an is, a fake is, that also isn't warranted. And then he's expanding that to dismiss the limitations on that right and other consequences to defending that right. Here are the real is statements. The United States is the world leader in mass shootings and gun violence. Gun violence is the cause of death for 46,728 people in 2023, including 27,300 suicides. Gun violence accounts in the United States for an average of one death every 11 minutes. Hey, look, I've been speaking for 11 minutes. Somebody new is dead. Gun violence doesn't merely result in death. For each death, many others survive the physical injuries and suffer trauma either from those physical injuries or from being witnesses to gun violence. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teens and disproportionately impacts people of color. So the question then becomes, what ought we do about those facts? Now, Hume's dictum states that we cannot derive an imperative from brute facts. I tried to solve this, I remember, in a debate. I tried to offer a solution to Hume's dictum during a debate, and my opponent, Christian apologist John Ferrer, called me out on it. And he was right. I accepted that correction. I was smuggling an ought into my argument and hadn't even recognized it. I thanked him for it, accepted the correction, and I have repeatedly pointed it out. It's one of my favorite moments that I will remember forever from any debate I've ever done. When a Christian apologist found an actual fallacy in what I was saying, pointed it out, I immediately, upon recognizing it, accepted it, thanked him, pointed out the correction, and have been talking about it over and over since. That's what's supposed to fucking happen. I thought I could get an ought from two is statements, but I had smuggled in an ought, a preference. Charlie Kirk couldn't even start with an is. It's just ought smuggling all the way down. Whether he lives or dies, Charlie Kirk is or was an irrational, dishonest, hateful sellout who's made the world worse by preying on the feelings of people who are too stupid, too immoral, or too hateful. He was a cartoon, propped up by the powerful to push their propaganda on the population they used to gain and maintain power. Whether he lives or dies, gun violence in the United States is a real problem that will continue to be ignored, like countless other problems, as the elite continue to deceive the disenfranchised and con them into voting against their rights and against their best interests. Farmers who supported MAGA are turning into socialists, seeking shelter from the economic fallout that they voted for, but they won't call it socialism. People who couldn't figure out why they needed to study in science class, history class, math class, or any other class are now doing their own research and ignoring the data. Our government murdered people in international waters with zero due process for a purported crime that didn't even carry the death penalty and where there was no imminent threat, as the Secretary of War proclaims that we have the absolute right to do so. Our government is supporting genocide, hate, eliminating rights, violating international law, ignoring our own courts, throwing out due process and the rule of law, and Charlie Kirk helps enable that. So send thoughts and prayers to Charlie Kirk. If he recovers, be sure to thank your God for saving his life, saving the life of another vile human being out to enrich themselves at the cost of others. And if he fails to recover, be sure to thank your God for sitting idly by, as seemingly always, to allow humans to harm other human beings. As I typed that sentence, President Trump announced that Charlie Kirk was dead. I'm sorry that his kids have lost a parent and that his family have lost someone they care about. I'm sorry about the manner of his death. I'd have preferred he lived a long, miserable life trying to make up for the harm that he supported. It's 3:45 p.m. as I write this sentence, as that announcement comes in. I'll stop writing here and not edit a thing before going live tonight. And I left, and I did other work, and I came back and added this. I'm comfortable with history comparing our respective records, thoughts, lives, and actions. He's dead. There will probably be a Charlie Kirk gun rights bill in the near future, and they'll ride this predictable death in every conceivable manner. I posted zero sympathy on Facebook when he was shot and clarified later that I have sympathy for his kids and to the minds that he poisoned. I noted that this wasn't justice. That justice would have been him living to explain to his kids why he made the world worse. Mostly in the comments, there was agreement. A few people thought I was advocating for vigilante justice. I'm not, and never have, as noted here. It's strange how some people's ability to reason flies out the window. Zero sympathy does not mean I'm celebrating. Zero sympathy does not equate to glee or feeling like this was justified or right. It wasn't. My friend Noah Lugens put it better than anyone else I've seen. Quote, you don't have to condone murder to celebrate one. If I celebrated him dying of cancer, nobody would accuse me of endorsing cancer. End quote. And in this case, I'm not even celebrating his death. I wrote the bulk of this not knowing whether he was going to live or die. And weirdly, my primary concern was about what the impact would be in either case, not about him as a human. And as a humanist, that's why it hurts me. I'm not celebrating his death. I think it's going to make some things much, much worse. But I don't have any sympathy for him. I will not miss him. I will not pity him. I will not pretend he was just another person with a differing opinion. He was awful. And I'm still not endorsing, celebrating, promoting, sanctioning, or even leaning towards violence for speech. I'm hoping genuinely that this doesn't light the fuse for the next war, as if he was Archduke Franz Ferdinand. I'm just no longer optimistic. And also, 4 children were injured in a high school shooting in Colorado as I was typing this intro. Aaron Adair's been bumped to next week. Jimmy has decided to join me tonight.
Hello.
Welcome to therapy.
Sure. Obviously, it's interesting because in my position, and the nucleus of an organization of leftists, like the Humanists and everything. So I basically got the same version of a text 45 minutes or so after I had already been alarmed. Did you see Charlie Kirk? Did you see Charlie? And so I was getting a bunch of it. Ironically, I actually found out first from Truth Social. Within probably 5 minutes of it actually happening, I got a notification on my thing. So my first thought was, all right, so this probably isn't true. Open up the video and wow, that's a pretty convincing video. And then go on to find out that it is confirmed. Eventually I get an image. I don't know why they waited so long to tell us. As I've said to everybody, eventually I got the video from another angle that was closer up. And to put, somewhat bluntly, Charlie Kirk was never aware he died. For anybody who's seen we were told for a long time, or we waited a long time. He's in critical care, whatever. If you see the close-up video, he is dead before he slumps away.
I've not seen any of the video. The only clip I ever saw was they showed someone asking him the question, how many mass shootings, and smugly picked up his mic and was like, counting or not counting gang violence. And then they cut the video and all you heard was the shot. So I haven't seen it.
The video, so even the first video that was going viral, you couldn't actually make it out because the side he's shot on the neck is his left side. This is from the right. Can't see the blood. Once you actually see the video from it, it was very, very clear that when his arms went up, that was an involuntary nerve jerk. The man was dead before he hit the ground. It was a complete lights were out, and they waited a long time to let us know. And I'm curious about that, but not enough to start getting into the conspiracies about it. Now
I will say Trump lied, and this is a lie that I understand and don't mind. And that is, they came out and Trump said, he's in the hospital and it doesn't look good. And then just a minute or two later, Trump announced that he was dead. And I think the first statement from Trump was a lie, that he already knew he was dead, and that he was doing what we generally do, which is we're not ready to release this yet. We want to tell the family and everything else. And so that is the kind of lie that I'm okay with. So congrats, Trump. You got away with a lie that I think was probably the right thing to say at the moment.
And it could be even like find out the news a moment later in response to, because things like that'll happen where I'll post something that's an update and then somebody will be like, within the last 30 seconds, we found out that the news you have is now outdated. That kind of stuff happens too. A lot of reasons. And in general, I'm sitting here and I'm going, the first thing I did once I had gathered information and thought about stuff was message people and talk about like, listen, the first most important thing is oddly not how you're going to talk about it on the line. The most important thing is now, how are you going to talk about it with each other? And so since we're still early in the show and I have a lot of you here, I'm going to make a recommendation that people will point to as maybe callous that this is my first thought. But if you are talking about it, and certainly I'm not going to police how you feel about it, because there are going to be people who are part of a targeted group who were losing their lives in literal ways and more figurative ways, people's lives who are being made miserable and the like, because this person existed and was making the world worse. So I'm not going to police how you feel, but I am going to tell you, if you're just using your regular text messages and your Facebook Messenger and you're not speaking in unencrypted platforms or using something disappearing like Snapchat, you are much more optimistic about the future of this country than I am. And I think that it is likely the case that a lot of people are going to face political prosecution in the future. And we will see text messages that people sent on this day. But now when it comes to us, violence, condemning, condoning, all of that sort of thing, the line is clearly not a pro-violence outlet. we are a communication outlet. In a way, you could argue that that's something Charlie Kirk and we have in common, though I think Charlie Kirk's words went directly to violence toward people, even as this week he is celebrating Donald Trump murdering people. Donald Trump murdered several people on a boat that was coming from Venezuela that he calls drug lords and whatever else. So he was this week justifying and celebrating that, on top of saying that he trusts the White House. Let's move on from the Epstein stuff. So he's also protecting pedophiles. It is easy to look and go, but he didn't ever pick up a rifle. He didn't do this. He didn't kill anybody. So in a way, we have that in common. We are a communication arm, and we seek to influence people with what we believe are, and I think we can prove it, the better ways to think about and approach things, and how to just assess claims in general, regardless of if it's a religious claim or even a menial claim that barely affects your life. And so clearly, we're not going to sit here and say, yes, more of this. This is good. This is the efficient way to do things. Condemnation for me is going to come in the form of I condemn murder. This was murder. And if it sounds like they have the suspect in custody, and I suspect, and I'm not going to march for the release of that guy. I'm not going to suggest a future Democrat president pardon whoever committed the murder, because that will be the way the judicial system works. And regardless of how relieved I am that the evil Charlie Kirk specifically was spreading is likely to be curbed, this individual still took away Charlie Kirk's right to due process, bypassed the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and so it will still be a crime. But I'm still not going to tell people how to feel about it. And I'm not going to tell people, I'm also not going to allow people to, when they're calling into this show, turn this into the new, but do you condemn Hamas? Which I know is what's about to happen. Because do you condemn Hamas doesn't matter, because I do condemn killing civilians, obviously, but the whole reason we use do you condemn Hamas, the reason why that is used isn't actually because they care about that, is because they don't want to talk about whether we should condemn the IDF. So if you present that there is nuance, that Hamas, while killing civilians, is wrong, violent military resistance to an occupation isn't. However, tactically, what they did is, because it affected, of course we condemn that. But now we're going to be stuck on their virtue signally, sort of like pretending that they're not the party of violence, because we aren't taking the narrative completely to their thing about Hamas, while we and allowing them, as Charlie Kirk would also want you to do, to ignore the genocide that Israel and the IDF are committing. And so, of course,
that was what my no was. When I said yes and no, I was kind of interrupting, and I was like, somebody's going to be like, oh, he condemns and doesn't condemn. No, yes, I condemn Hamas. No, we're not going to let you go down that path to try to sympathize this stuff, because this was murder. It's just like, well, not exactly like, but it's the same problem with every other shooting we've talked about, and the one we're going to talk about, next week. None of it is justified. Not going to pretend it is.
Yeah. And I will now say the thing that I lament the most is the order of the tragedies that I think today start with the radicalization that he was doing in the first place. But actually, even greater than that will be the freedoms that we lose as a result of this. And you will. And the right is already ready to support it. If you go on Twitter right now, you can read Laura Loomer calling for the shutting down and prosecuting of every leftist organization. You can read Elon Musk calling the left the party of murder. I actually have some tweets up. Michael Flynn Jr. writing, the assassination, this is the son of General Flynn, by the way, the assassination attempts are only happening in one direction. Just saying. Completely ignoring the fact that just in June, 2 Minnesota Democratic lawmakers were murdered in politically motivated attacks. Completely ignoring the fact that the governor, Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, escaped an arson attempt basically by the skin of his teeth, that they got very close to killing the governor and the first family of Pennsylvania earlier this year. Ignoring the fact that allegedly the party of violence is the Democrats, but right now you can see the photo. It'll be there forever. And I think I don't even have to pull it up. I have, because I posted it, but I will remember it forever. The photo framing the Capitol building through gallows from which a rope is hanging. and a flag off to the side, Trump 2020. I am not going to be lectured about who is and isn't condoning or condemning violence indirectly or directly when, again, this week, our country murdered civilians in Venezuela for a crime that, if they were committing, we don't give the death penalty to in the United States. It is also worth noting that earlier this week, also aided by Charlie Kirk, has been an attempt to create a more significant National Guard response with the banner of White Lives Matter, as people have very myopically focused on what absolutely is a tragic murder of, I admit, and I know that it shouldn't be relevant, but you and I know it is, a very beautiful Ukrainian woman murdered by a black man on a train in North Carolina, which is for some reason why the National Guard needs to go to Chicago. That they are trying to use these myopic examples of the violence which suits their narrative to now become a full white supremacist call, dog whistle, if you will. And you can go and see how their supporters feel about those things. Even when the vice president tweets about it, just open up the comments on Twitter. I hate to say go to Twitter and look at what his top supporters are saying. Also over on X right now, you can see Libs of TikTok, who has written, "This is war." There is another individual who is well followed in a viral tweet going, "Charlie Kirk was actually nice. He tried to converse with you. He went on your podcast. You went on his. You won't like who comes after Charlie Kirk." Everything already, this party trying to condemn violence, also broadcasting that they're preparing for it. Dinesh D'Souza writing, "I think this will be a turning point. I agree. I think they will get away with taking away more freedoms." And another well-followed tweeter who wrote, "They killed a 31-year-old father of two whose only crime was to go to university campuses and engage in good faith with people who disagreed with them. If this isn't a wake-up call, then we're never going to wake up." I'm not positive that there are many words in a row in that statement that were true. The most ironic ones being to call Charlie Kirk a good faith debater. I am not a fan of murder. And that is the amount of condemnation you're going to get from me. I'm not a fan of leaving a child without parents, as the GOP is so hell-bent on doing to so many children, like all of the many immigrant families whose lives they are ruining right now. I'm not for many of the things that happened as a result of today because I'm not a conservative. Because I am a leftist, I am a humanist, I actually do believe in the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I would have liked the end of Charlie Kirk's radicalism and his movement to have ended many other ways. And yet I'm not going to sit here and pretend I won't be relieved that it has ended, even if I condemn the ways it went down. And that's all you get from me.
Yep. Nothing about it is good. None of the consequences are going to be good. None of the fallout is going to be good. It's one thing where you can be of the opinion, for example, that the world would be better off if person A wasn't in it. But the way in which person A is no longer in the world has to be a factor. You know, it's like, if there was some justice, if they were held to account for the fact that, they helped foment an insurrection, that they, made excuses for different things, that they constantly used minorities as a prop, that they flip-flopped from being a secularist supporting church-state separation and then just doing whatever the money masters suggested, lying about whether or not an election was stolen. Wow, stoled is weird. Basically feeding misinformation in order to prop up an administration of fascists. What's so wrong with that? Oh, well, because the truth should matter and being good should matter, and turning the country over to Christian nationalist fascists and helping promote their regime, which takes away people's rights and further victimizes people who are already marginalized, that's a problem. We've got some calls. I want to say at the outset, I don't think tonight's going to be typical on calls or the interactions. I'm going to do
I'm a
my
leftist,
best.
but tonight I will be liberal with the drop button.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to not let this spiral into kind of rage baiting stuff, but it's like, I don't know what else we can say. Jimmy and I, while we despise the individual and what they stood for, we will not miss that person in the slightest. We're still opposed to murder. I'm opposed to murder whether Donald Trump and the Secretary of War do it to a boatload of people who we still don't know, or whether a trans person picks up a weapon and kills somebody a couple weeks ago, whether the 99% other cishet white dudes run around killing people. Murder's fucking murder.
Yeah.
I'm not here to celebrate murder. I'm not even here to celebrate that someone is dead. I'm not here to celebrate anything. The world we live in is getting worse. And Charlie Kirk was one of the reasons it was getting worse. The lies about the left and the liberals, and they just want this. And the tweets that Jimmy was talking about, this has already started. It is bizarre to me that the overwhelming majority of shooters, you don't even know who this shooter is. Nobody here knows who this person is or what their motivation was. When Trump got shot in the ear, it turned out to be some lunatic who pretty much wanted to just get famous and die by cop or whatever else. It wasn't even like a necessarily politically motivated thing. It was, let me kill somebody that's famous and boom, here's my chance. When this happened, you don't know who it is or what their motivation was. And so I'm not going to entertain speculation on the motivations tonight at all. The fact of the matter is, a man was just murdered. I don't mourn the man, but I do mourn the country where that has become not just unsurprising, but predictable in the prison that they have built for themselves. They have propped up the disenfranchised, the lunatics, the people who are clueless on any number of issues, and used them to put more money in their pockets, to sell more supplements and crap. It's the Rush Limbaugh model that turned into the Alex Jones model that turned into the Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool and whoever else model. Oh, come get my supplements. Great. Oh, these are people. You look at, when I say that Charlie Kirk used to be, secular and supporting church-state separation, and that he and Dave Rubin and so on, there's money behind all this. I don't know what the story is. I don't know. I can't know what somebody genuinely believes or doesn't believe. All I can do is say that the positions that they're advocating make the world worse, and that their hate for freedom, for individual sovereignty and autonomy, their hate for a world that doesn't match their preference, built this. I'm not saying anybody deserves anything. Nobody deserves that. And so if that's the stuff you're calling in for, it's not going to go well.
Even when it comes to the discussion of deserving, I purposefully am. I've said it before. I'm glad I don't decide who deserves to die, because while I know my humanist position, I know I also fail to meet it. For example, every time I hear about somebody sexually assaulting a child, immediately that's where my brain goes. Bury him under the prison. But we don't. That's not what our criminal justice system does. We have a different criminal justice system that should work one way. It also doesn't work the way it should. But I'm glad I'm not in charge of who I would consider worthy of death, because I couldn't trust myself alone with that responsibility.
Yeah. I was working. So before Charlie Kirk was shot, I was working on a video for my own personal thing that I was debating on what to call it. Was I going to go with like a clickbaity, I hate you, or humanist hate, or any number of other things? Because what I hate is how difficult it is to maintain humanist principles in the face of this world, just like it's difficult to maintain science advocacy for people who don't care, truth advocacy for people who'd rather believe lies. It is very frustrating to be a skeptic humanist in a world where people don't value skepticism or humanism, where they don't even value basic decency. I had a conversation with someone in a game about, I left a game we were playing. It's a community where I'm in a guild in a game. And I left the raid on Monday night because I have hard nose related to bigotry, racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, etc. And then I have some softer nose, like for example, the R slur, whatever tard, and people will use it in a variety of different ways, and I find it incredibly offensive and irritating. And it's one of those things that I know it has a colloquial usage that has become more common, especially amongst some younger generations. And they're just, maybe having some fun and calling somebody a fucktard or Christard or what. It hurts me to even utter those words just because I know the origin of it and the marginalization of how this was used against people. Oh, they're less than, they're weaker than. It annoys me. But in those situations, I can often just kind of set that aside and go about and keep playing the game and realize, hey, I'm not here to police how everybody thinks. I'm not here to police how everybody talks. Not everybody in this guild has to conform to me and my ideals and everything else. But on Monday night, I also have a problem dealing with people who are obviously intoxicated. And so somebody showed up intoxicated, spewing stuff like that. And I was just like, for my mental health, I don't need to be here. I'd rather go hang out with Arden, watch something dumb, get away than to continue doing this because I play games for fun. I'm in this community for fun. And it's difficult in a big community, even in the secular community, even here at the line. It's not like everybody here agrees on everything, and that's okay. I'm sure there was probably something that Charlie Kirk and I agreed on. I don't know what that would be, but I don't know how many different ways we can. What's that?
I said probably food related.
Yeah, sure. I don't know how many different ways we can say this, but all right. So here we go. Let's throw.
Can I respond to one thing real quick?
Yeah.
To the person who chatted said, if you guys don't say fuck Charlie, I'm never watching your shit again. First of all, we're not going to say those exact words because you tell us to. Second of all, it's weird that you would say that, and I'm guessing you showed up late and thought, oh, well, I would like to now control their tone and the things. So actually what I want to say is if you watching us only depends, and this goes for anybody, if you watching us only depends if we say the words and use the tones you all insist we use, I am inviting you to never watch us again.
If I'd have seen it, I'd have just banned you. Like I'd have gone further than an invitation, because that particular phrase is something that I've probably said many times and would say again. But you don't get to dictate what we say. And if that's what you're looking for, you're in the wrong place. See, I had no intention of drawing Muhammad until Muslims told me I couldn't. And then I did. I had no intention of doing any number of things that I did in response to. I would never wanted to burn a flag until people tried to say that I couldn't burn a flag. It's about the principle. It's about the freedom. But
I just think that's a wild thing to even say. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it. Oh, all right. If we don't say like what mostly annoys me is now I'm going to go out of my way not to say it because you told me to. And I might have needed to say that tonight, you asshole. Yeah. So good job. You managed to go contrarians. All right. So Kevin is calling from Canada. Kevin's a theist. Pronouns are him. I'm more than a little nervous, but Kevin says you're right about everything. Please don't shoot me. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, for everyone in the comments and everything, can we just have a friendly debate? I know I get sarcastic sometimes, but I have a serious I mean, I have a serious topic I can bring up about human flourishing and secular humanism, and I'd like to kind of present it to you, I guess.
It says here, Kevin, that you said we're right about everything. So what would we argue about?
I'm not sure. I just want to kind of see how you guys would attack this once I present it to you. How you guys would kind of respond to it under like a secular humanist point of view.
Okay, go.
So you guys believe, sounds stupid, but you believe in climate change. You believe, do you believe like the demonstrable data with like everything's off the charts, the sea surface temperatures, the carbon dioxide atmospheric concentrations, everything's like, we're just kind of throwing CO2 in the air like we just don't care. And that in the past has caused abrupt mass extinction, right? So would you agree like the planet is overpopulated? Our carrying capacity is around 2 billion people or so. Would you agree with that?
No.
You don't agree? What do you think the carrying capacity of the planet is?
I don't know what the carrying capacity of the planet is.
Okay, can we go with 2 billion, or what would be like?
I don't agree that not only, I don't know where you're getting 2 billion from. Numbers I have seen, we could do a lot more. Our biggest problem isn't that we don't have the resources, it's that we unequally give them, and then we hold to these old versions of electricity that are killing us. We actually could sustain much more life on the planet.
Kevin, instead of saying, you guys believe, or do you guys believe?
Nope.
Let me explain.
Okay.
Stop. Let me explain this to you. What
Sure.
Jimmy or I believe is completely fucking irrelevant to whatever case you're making. If your position on any issue is contingent in any way on what Jimmy or I think about something, you have already fucked up and you have nothing to present. When people present a case for something, they present what they believe, why they believe it, and hopefully why other people should believe it as well. When somebody starts an argument by saying, so you believe this, right? That's not a case for something. It is not an honest conversation. So let's reboot and start over. Hi, Kevin from Canada. What is it you'd like to present?
Sure. I believe that the carrying capacity of the planet is approximately 2 billion people, as per the data demonstrates. The leading people
You misunderstand the data
on this demonstrate that. It's about 2 billion. We're at
It isn't.
8 billion or so. So in order to maximize human flourishing, we need to get rid of about 6 billion people.
Kevin, I already
know.
I already found the data, and I already know what argument you're basing this on. You believe that it is 2 billion because basically the per capita resources cover 2 billion people, but that's the per capita resources produced by 8 billion people. So 8 billion people right now produce enough resources to comfortably let 2 billion people live middle class. However, it doesn't take into hoarded resources as well as a lot of other things. But if we lowered to 2 billion, but we didn't if we got rid of the 6 billion somehow magically, the way you're describing, but we kept everything else fundamentally the same, the carrying capacity of the earth would similarly go down to like 300 million.
But let's assume for a second,
That's fair.
Just for a second, because I've seen varying carrying capacities of up to 100 billion. Let's assume for a second, just for the sake of argument, that Kevin is right and the carrying capacity of the earth is 2 billion and we're at 8 billion now. What's your fucking point?
We need to, under secular humanism, we need to eliminate a
No,
whole
we
bunch
don't.
of people.
No, we don't.
In order to
no, we
fucking
don't. Don't you dare fucking tell me what we need to do under secular humanism. Are you a secular humanist? What secular humanist principle are you pointing to?
Hey, man, you're right.
Hey, man.
Please don't shoot me.
Hey, man.
Please don't shoot me, man.
Hey, man, shut up and listen, please. I've said this over and over again. I gave you every benefit of the doubt. You don't get to tell me under secular humanism, because secular humanism doesn't necessarily have a position on this. And there are foundational principles. One of the key foundational principles of secular humanism is individual autonomy and sovereignty. And even if we concluded that it would be the best thing for all of us to begin reducing population, that doesn't say anything about how you should or could go about it. So let's try this again, Kevin. Even if I assume that you're right and the carrying capacity of the Earth is 2 billion, and we're currently at 8 billion, what is your point? Because secular humanism doesn't necessarily have any method suggested for dealing with that issue, even if I were to accept it was an issue.
Before I unmute him and before he answers that, I want to tell people what I think is happening here based on what his response was. I think Kevin is trying to get us to admit, or as though he is with us, agree to something that is inherently violent, genocidal, eugenic. And because he then responded with the, hey man, you're right, please don't shoot me, he's trying to make a sarcastic point about violence. So before we proceed, the first thing I want to do is ask Kevin, since we're talking about climate change, Kevin, in Eugene right now, how's the weather?
Where Eugene? Where? Eugene?
Oregon. You're in Oregon right now.
I don't know.
You're in Oregon right now, though.
I'm in Canada. Come on.
No, you're in Oregon. You pretended to be in Canada when you called in so that you could use the web caller. But guess what? Kevin, here's the beautiful thing. Canada can also make calls to America because we both use the +1, and you'll be just fine. It'll still be regular toll-free. So if you are in fact not a troll, Kevin, you can call right back using the phone number 720-619-2288 and tie it to your actual phone number so that this isn't some anonymous bullshit, as you and I both know it is. Kevin, I look forward to you calling back on an actual phone line. Thank you.
I also want to say, and I'm going to go ahead and drop him, I'm sorry for saying shut up, Kevin. I'm genuinely working to stop saying shut up at all. There's a frustration here with both the delay in the technology and the delay in the object between your ears and how it processes when someone is done speaking and it's your turn to speak. And those two delays combined wind up frustrating me, especially if I'm in mid-thought, because interrupting me in mid-thought as I get older, it means I'm less likely to remember what point I was working towards. I'm basically just floating around here without a clue, not knowing anything I want to say and not remembering a thing. And so when you interrupt me, it just really ruins stuff. And that's frustrating. And sometimes I say, shut up. But people I love are telling me, please stop doing that. And so I'm trying. And so, Kevin, I'm sorry I said shut up. Next time I will say, please fucking wait until you're sure I'm done talking and I've asked a question for you to respond to. It's like saying, instead of telling you to fuck off, I should be more polite and say, how can I help you to fuck off?
Yeah. That's pretty good. I notice he's not calling.
It's one of my favorite little bits of fun, but I try. CJ's calling from Texas. CJ's an agnostic, wants to talk about Charlie Kirk consequences and the anti-blackness of American democracy. Wow, we went to, let's go, CJ, what's up?
Hi, Matt, how are you doing? I just want to start off by saying that I've actually been listening to you for a few months. I'm actually a new agnostic, and I've actually been listening to you and also Miss Mandisa Thomas for the last few months, and you guys have really kind of guided me as I've been in this space, so I really appreciate that.
Well, I will pass it along to Mandisa. She was on with me last week. I one of my greatest friends and people I respect. So what do you got for us?
So as you guys all know, the Charlie Kirk murder that just happened today, which is really, really wild to me, but I honestly can't say that it was surprising because this is kind of something that Charlie instigated. You know what I mean? Like this is kind of something that was manifested by where he stood politically. You know, the last words that he actually said were gang violence. And we all kind of know those are like gaslighting words to kind of associate with black people and black on black crime and what have you. But then now it's being reported that he most likely was killed by another white male. So for me, this all kind of speaks to
I just want to say, I get that that's what's being reported. We don't have any details on yet that we can confirm anything at all about shooter or motivation or anything like that. I did watch the clip, and it was very much basically the guy asked a question about mass shootings, and Charlie Kirk, did what he normally does, which is to dissemble a little bit and be like, does that include gang violence? Or, and so, it's the same propaganda crap that he's constantly trying to do. I'm with you on that. We don't need to get into the shooter yet.
The old bald white man that had the blue shirt that was taken into custody has been released and was confirmed not to be the shooter, if that's who you're referring to, CJ.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that there was possibly the real shooters on the run. I think someone from the Huffington Post, the Philip Lewis guy, reported that on his Twitter, that they have another guy that's allegedly on the run. So
the shooter is currently in custody, but we don't know who it is, according to the FBI.
Yeah. So as far as the anti-blackness part, I wanted to say that it just feels like I've been thinking for the last couple of weeks, like, how did we even get, like, how have we gotten here to where this is like these public murders, like what this normalization of this? And the only thing that I can think of to where we could even have gotten this far is that there is a anti-blackness problem in America that has been going on for a very long time unchecked. I would argue that it goes all the way back to slavery, maybe even the Civil War, because I can't understand in my mind how people can keep voting for this when it doesn't make sense. And I have my own little personal theory that this is probably someone who possibly maybe leaned to the right that felt betrayed by this administration. Because I
apologize. I said at the outset, I am not going to be wasting any time on speculation about motives or anything else. I understand what you're talking about, and I understand the frustration, but that's not what we're doing.
Okay, so I think that I'm seeing a lot of people talking about we need to come together and that this is a tragedy and that this is political violence. And as far as coming together, that's kind of confusing for me to hear because I mean, we have been able to come together in the past. As far as, I mean, white and black Americans have come together in the past. That's the whole reason that we even got civil rights, because there were white abolitionists working with black America to even fund HBC START and fund HBCUs. People like John Brown and the sisters Angelina and Sarah Grinke. I hope I'm pronouncing their last names right. So when I hear people say how we need to come together, I'm like, well, I'm just going to say it like, well, black people have never not wanted to come together with white people for a better country. That's never been our plot. So I'm kind of confused on why people like Charlie Kirk are always given a platform of speaking for the majority of white people if the whole purpose is coming together, because Charlie Kirk was not saying anything that was friendly to black people. His comments were very racist. It was very clear that he was making inflammatory comments about the black community, bringing up those kind of things. And I'm just like, in my mind, I'm like, well, how do we come together if you're still platforming people who speak like this, with this kind of rhetoric? And, I'm seeing a lot of Christians saying, oh, well, we have to pray for the nation. Well, the prayers didn't stop the bullet. So, I mean, why would we waste our time praying? I don't know. I
just released a video like last week called Thoughts and Prayers. I talked about it in the opening. If we know anything, we know that thoughts and prayers are useless, and prayers are just thoughts that people have convinced themselves do more than mere thoughts.
Yes.
This is so fresh. Like, I don't know who you're talking about when you say people are saying we need to come together and whatever else, because what I see happening, and by the way, the algorithms are going to feed all this different things depending on what we've been scrolling on and everything else. What I see is there are some people that are like, oh, the violence has just gotten so bad. And some of us are sitting here saying, yeah, but violent insurrectionists marched on the Capitol at the instruction of Donald Trump. Wait, not explicit. He didn't say go march on the Capitol, but he did say fight. He brought them there for that, and it was all done in part because people were actively lying about election fraud. Well, they're probably lying about that too, but election fraud. And there's so much wrong. I'm not trying to. I'm with you, CJ. I'm just there. There's so many things wrong and so many people proposing so many different ways to fix it. And the only thing that I know so far is running around shooting people isn't fixing it.
Absolutely not. And it's also crazy because Charlie Kirk was not for gun reform. He wasn't for being tight on guns, but then he himself died of gun violence. So my question is, well, are people going to be against gun violence now? Because he's a victim. Now he's a victim of gun violence. So I'm just like, what is it going to take?
I don't think he would have changed his mind at all. He becomes a hero of his puppet masters if he survives this and says, my position on gun rights hasn't changed. I read the statement or parts of the statement that he made and pointed out what was fallacious about it, because he was basically saying, hey, you know what? We're going to have a society with guns and we need the guns to protect our other rights. And that means that some people are going to get shot. And it's the same callous, fallacious dismissal as that politician who recently said, well, everybody's going to die. Well, that's true. Everybody's going to die, but they don't have to die because you instituted policies to make it easier for them to die by either advocating for gun ownership and not limiting gun ownership or taking away their health care or whatever it was that ends up making it more likely for someone to die. I wish I knew what the solution was, CJ.
Matt, I honestly don't know what it is at this point either. I really don't, because it's just like we're at a point now where it's, like you said earlier in the broadcast, it's looking like some kind of war may be unavoidable because it's just gotten so toxic. Like, I mean, everybody's on edge. And I do think that Charlie Kirk was responsible for putting the country on edge like this. So I can't say that I'm going to miss him. I'm not saying that it was right. I don't think that anybody should. I feel sorry for the people who were there that were traumatized and had to live through something like that. So that's always going to play in the back of their mind. Like, oh my God, I actually saw a person die like that in a very gross, grotesque, public way. So my empathy is with those people, but I can't say that I'm going to miss his rhetoric. I can't say I'm going to miss the things he was saying. Like, I'm not going to miss ever seeing that on my timeline, on YouTube.
Nope, not going to miss a thing. There's a quote from Mark Twain that says, and I'll paraphrase it, but it's, I've never wished death on anybody, but I've read a number of obituaries with glee. And that's generally where I am, not for anyone or everyone associated with this stuff, but for the people who were otherwise rational, who sacrificed principles in order to line their pockets and get power and popularity and get I need all the subscribers. I want to meet the president. You know, you've got the president of the United States saying that he was beloved by all. No, he fucking wasn't. But not that that's a surprise, because the president lies every time he types anything. As a matter of fact, when he announced that Charlie Kirk was dead, I wanted a second opinion.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and we all know that Donald Trump is just a useful idiot for the Heritage Foundation. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump actually he's up there in age too, so he may not have too much longer either. But I'm actually more worried about. I want to get your opinion on this. I'm actually more worried about J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance has kind of proved himself to be very calculated and very. He's one of those that he buys his time when he's trying to get power. You know, Trump is kind of more of a moron. He gets on the internet and just rants and raves like a lunatic. But J.D. Vance has the evolution of him, how he kind of got to the vice presidency to me. I said, this is a man that's kind of just biding his time to me. See, something about him worries me more.
You don't need to worry about the same thing. Obviously, you always have to worry about conservatism, but it wasn't Trump's competence that made him the leader of a cult of Trump. It was quite the opposite. It was a lot of other things that he doesn't have. JD Vance won't be able to sustain MAGA, and the way that they are content to defend Trump, even as he humiliates them, he wouldn't be able to inspire that level of loyalty, even when there's a lot of evidence pointing toward like Trump being a pedophile. He's not getting that level of loyalty from them. When Trump being in the rear view mirror will be a positive toward trying to non-violently end fascism in the country. Whether or not it will be enough to end it is something else. But people did this with Pence too. I'm more afraid of Pence. And it turns out that Trump's sociopathy seems to be one of his key features. And the fact that JD Vance is statistically more likely to have any empathy to work on in the first place already puts you at an advantage over Trump. Not to say that he's good or empathetic. By the way, I keep almost quoting Charlie Kirk on empathy when people are saying it's crazy how you guys are feeling right now about it.
Absolutely, yeah. Trump, the hold that he has on his base, I don't think anything. Well, I have to agree on that. I don't think anything will shake his base from him, because it's like, okay, well, the egg prices aren't down. You guys don't have health care. They pretty much destroyed the social safety net in this country with their nonsense, and it still has not inspired them to leave the MAGA cult, because that's what it is. It's a cult. It's a cult. These are not unserious people. They're just too far gone and crazy to me. And I don't know how we reach people at this point who have just decided that they're going to keep doing the wrong thing. They're going to keep being purposely misled. No matter how many facts you give them, no matter how many things go wrong, they still have decided this is where on the side of history that they choose to stand. So I don't know how we fixed it. I really don't.
I don't either, and I wish it did. And it's a source of frustration every stinking day, all the time. And when something like this happens, it's just like, if you go back and watch the intro that I did, I wrote most of that, almost all of it, before they announced that he was dead. And it was basically me coming up and saying, this is so frustrating. I really just wanted to talk about science communication and how weird it is to keep waking up in a world where people no longer care about the truth. People don't care about science. People are anti-science, anti-truth. They are propping up just the absolute worst people, the worst policies, and they don't seem to understand. I mean, we're just handing away freedoms and power. They are sacrificing due process. I think it was just a couple of weeks ago that wasn't it Charlie, Jimmy, that said when they were trying to do the release the Epstein files, and then he was calling him out, does this matter? Is it important? And then like 24 hours later he flipped and said, I trust my government.
Right. He trusts them, and he'd like everyone to move on now.
Yeah. I mean, that is absolutely the definition of a lapdog to the corrupt. These people are completely bought and paid for. And by the way, so are a good chunk of the politicians, and not just Republicans. Or I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I vote for Democrats when they are the only viable best option. And generally, I'm going to side with them on more issues, but they're like, if I was in New York, I'd vote for Mamdani. I don't care that he's a Muslim. I don't care. You could put him up against an atheist, and if he's got the better policies, I'm going to fucking vote for him. This is why people are like, oh, you're just with your side. No, my side is the humanist side. My side is the side that is rooted in individual freedom and autonomy, that tries to make up for past mistakes by building a better world so that we don't wind up repeating things. My position is one that supports liberty and responsibility, where people have fundamental rights to be as healthy as we can reasonably commit to, irregardless of what the planet, irregardless. Wow. I fucking hate myself right now. I hate that. I hate that word. That's not a word, even though it's now in dictionaries. But regardless of what people, what the planet can supposedly sustain or not sustain, as a humanist, I'm in favor of human rights and human value. And while Charlie Kirk was, in my view, an absolute disgusting monster, he was also human. I wouldn't try to deny him his rights as a human, but as a human, you don't get the right to trample all over everybody else's rights just because you don't like them. It's not the left and even the far left, even the communist, socialist, whatever left, that are sitting here trying to take away people's rights. Theists, Christian nationalists are metaphorically, and in some cases, virtually literally, hitting people over the head with a stick, and the humanists are the one taking the stick away. It's not a violation of your rights to get you to stop fucking further marginalizing people. And I don't know why people don't see that. This is nothing new. My position on vigilante violence hasn't changed. My position on humanism hasn't changed. And yet every time we talk about this, for somebody it's new. Wow, I just can't believe this, Matt. You're a coward, and you did this, and how dare you? And now you're trying to sacrifice. No, I'm not trying to take away anybody's rights. I'm trying to have the best world where you get to maximize your freedom and I get to maximize mine. And the only time that we have to deal with limiting freedoms is when your rights and freedoms and my rights and freedoms come into conflict. That's the only. I mean, I think it was James Madison that said that is the only valid area where government should step in between individuals, is where their rights are in conflict, and a neutral third party needs to make sure that one of them isn't trampling. And it's the old adage of two wolves and a sheep are talking about what to have for dinner. And the democracy is what lets them all get a vote. But the Constitution is what guarantees the sheep isn't going to be dinner no matter how the vote turns out. And we are now in a world where the vote is turning out, where the sheep have voted to voluntarily become dinner.
I need to make a quick correction. My wonderful partner, today was our anniversary, but then it wasn't anymore. Anyway, pointed out that Kash Patel has actually retracted their statement. So the earlier statement over an hour ago was the subject for the horrific shooting today that took Charlie Kirk's life is now in custody, has retracted that with the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues and we will continue to release information in the interest of transparency, which seems to imply there actually is no one now in custody.
So what you're saying is that under Trump and Kash Patel, the FBI managed to bring in the wrong person and claim they had the right person.
Twice. He's the second guy that they have now released.
Hey, CJ, I appreciate the call and your frustration, and we're not going to solve this issue here, but I want to get on to some other calls. But hang in there, man.
You too, Matt, and thank you, and I'll keep watching.
You bet. My optimism is, when I said in my opening that it hurts my heart as a humanist, what I'm becoming, it's like once upon a time it would have been really easy to be like, nope. And now, how many times can you punch someone before it's okay for them to punch back?
Yeah.
And these are the conversations that people are going to start having about, okay, when is non-direct violence actually justified with a violent response? And I've seen, I'm sure some other, I don't get a lot of these, but they're starting to show up more often. Not just like the sovereign citizens or the First Amendment auditors, but people just generally running around filming and then being accosted by a Karen or a police person or somebody walking down the street like, why are you recording? Why are you recording? And don't get me wrong, if you're just standing around outside recording people just to see who will give you shit, you're a little bit of an asshole. But when people come up to give you shit and ask you why you're recording it and try and get in your face and say that you don't have a right and all this other stuff, cool, congratulations, you got some content. You got content of another person who doesn't know the law, and thinking that they're better than all that. But
Yeah.
when I see that stuff, I can understand both sides. I can understand the frustration of the people who are tired of the fact that rights are constantly being abused. And if there wasn't a camera there, they would have been arrested. If there wasn't a camera there, something worse would have happened. If there wasn't a camera and somebody paying attention, things would be worse. And so I'm glad they're there. I saw a video today, Christy Burke's in Tennessee, and she's been, basically sidewalk chalk and going to city council meetings and stuff to try to stand up against the corruption and release the Epstein files, all kinds of stuff. And she got a letter from the sheriff basically saying, hey, when we pulled you out of that meeting, I was an eyewitness and I don't agree with your assessment. And I'd like to remind you of the statute of limitations on this thing. And basically she had to go look it up and it's 12 months. And so that whole letter felt like a threat of, we didn't arrest you the other day, but we could arrest you for that for up to a year. And so does that just feel like, oh, you should shut up and stop showing up? And on that front, everybody needs to show up. And I don't even know. I mean, Christy and I think we had one quick exchange because I wanted to see if she wanted to come on and do the show, but I don't think
she's planning to rewind at some point in the future. She and I
think her internet connection was not up to scratch, even though she shoots really good videos. So that's not a quality issue, but I think that was straight up internet connection. But I'd love to do, something with her at some point, but I still watch her content. And it's like, wow, here's someone who's basically doing what you're supposed to do. Petitioning your government for a redress of grievances, standing up and demanding that your elected officials do their job and answer to their constituents. And seems to be, granted, I wasn't there. I wasn't at the meeting. I don't know Christy personally. I can't vouch for anything. Who knows? Maybe she was just absolutely an outrageous disturbance. But if she was, then they should have arrested her and made the case for that. But since they're sending out just kind of threatening letters on that front, I think they're probably full of shit. And attempting to strong arm people.
I got a couple things. First of all, the person wrote, wow, some of you guys are heartless the way you're talking about Charlie Kirk. You guys really need God in your lives for real sad. Charlie Kirk once said that he thinks empathy is a new concept that is extremely dangerous. So, bummer. Yeah. Second of all, I posted this on Threads. I'd like to read it out to everybody. Fine. As a leftist regarding Charlie Kirk, I will admit the following. Don't let even this distract you. Release the Epstein files. They will use this to bury that. Do not let them. Epstein files, Epstein files, Epstein files. Don't stop saying it. And then I had one more. Oh, and I guess if a person wants you to act more like a conservative acts, like look toward the conservative party, the less violent one, I suppose what you would then do is create a conspiracy that Charlie Kirk was actually attacked by his gay lover, and whoever the next president is should joke and tell people that they should go and support bailing out that attacker, just like happened when Paul Pelosi was attacked. So these would be as you are asking us all to be more empathetic and act more like the Republicans, perhaps we will do that.
Yeah, and I'll point out that I don't need a God in my life, even if there is one, and you would need to demonstrate that there is one and why I should do it, because I used to think I had a God in my life, and I'm a better person now than I was before. And Charlie Kirk used to be a secularist who supported church-state separation, and then he got God in his life, or at least pretended like he got God in his life, or acted like he got God in his life, and then became a monumental piece of shit. So I don't think it's a very good argument for God. But if you have a good argument for God about who God is, how you know who God is, and how we can know who God is, and why we need him in our life, the phone lines are open, 720-619-2288. We're not just talking about the horrific murder that took place today that is wholly unjustified, even if that piece of shit deserved no sympathy. We'll take calls. If you think we're missing God and God would make us better, I'd love to know why you think that and how God can fix me. But all right, here we go. Andrew from New Jersey's calling in saying, what was so bad about Charlie Kirk? Andrew, did you not hear my opening statement or anything that we've said in the interim?
No, I think I might have missed part of that. Part of me.
Okay, well, here,
But I
let
do
me
have,
let me do this. Let me do this. I'm going to put you back in the queue, and you can rewind to the beginning of the show and listen to the first 20 minutes again. And then if you still don't know what I think was so bad about Charlie Kirk, then I guess maybe we can address it. But I don't feel like repeating myself, so put him back in the queue. Okay.
I got a lot of two words like these I could do: the bigotry, the fascism, the racism. You know.
Yeah. Tim's calling from New York. Tim's a deist. I have no idea why, but he'd like to speak about leftist ideology. And since Jimmy is the leftiest of the two of us, I'm going to enjoy this. Tim, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I'm aware, and Jimmy is just about my least favorite person on the show. But
me too, bud.
Sweet.
I'm right there with you.
You and I are going to get along great, Tim. Fuck Jimmy.
I think it's crazy for you to talk about fascism when it's obviously right-wing people that live in fear because there's polls on who feels comfortable expressing their beliefs, and conservatives or right-wing people feel the least comfortable expressing their beliefs, and most left-wing people feel the most comfortable expressing theirs.
That's because racists should be afraid of expressing their beliefs. Haters should be afraid of expressing their hatred because there should be consequences to those things. I have no fear of expressing my positions because my positions are good and virtuous, and even allow racist pieces of shit to express theirs. It's just that you don't get to say whatever you want without consequences.
Tim, the right are afraid, by the way, in Trump's America, I'm so sorry that they're afraid, but the right are afraid of losing their jobs. The left, trans people are afraid of losing their lives, being sexually assaulted, since stats show that you are more likely, if you are trans, you are much more likely to be murdered for being trans than you are to be a murderer yourself. You're much more likely to be sexually assaulted for being trans than you are to commit sexual assault by a whole lot. Brown people who they're afraid of, Mexicans right now, afraid of losing their families, afraid of losing. But I hear you, but the right, a larger quantity of them are afraid of being judged, losing their job, which doesn't even happen that often. And then they go get on whatever that Give, Send, Go is and raise their Nazi dollars. But yeah, one should be afraid of the social consequences of saying reprehensible things.
I will say, I don't know if you saw this today, Timmy. Tim. Timmy might be disrespectful because I don't like Maddie.
Timmy.
So
call me whatever
you
want.
like Timmy? Okay.
As long as it's
I don't
nice.
like Maddie. Yeah, I don't like Maddie, and so that's why I was extra cautious about it. But I don't know if you saw it, but today I recently posted a video explaining why I don't feel the need to actually debate Nazi fascists and racists, because I can fairly represent their positions without having them present. I don't need to give them a platform or a soapbox in order to fairly and honestly point out what I reject about their positions. And in response to that statement, somebody made a comment on that video. And the comment was from Vineman9. And the comment says, my name, but it's been changed from Dillahunty to Dillahunty. Quote,
Solid.
I don't debate racist Nazis. Why? And his answer was, because you would lose like you did against Andrew Wilson. Matt is an atheist meme. His worldview is a demonstration of his unworthiness to be taken seriously as a voice worth listening to outside of being a source for exposing the stupidity of the atheist position and the essence of where its position leads. He wouldn't debate a racist Nazi because he and his positions would be thoroughly exposed. Would you say that the person who wrote that is essentially admitting that they are a racist Nazi and approve of racist Nazi positions?
No, I would say that the people you won't debate, you would personally classify as that. But
No. So did you not pay any attention, Tim? Here, let me try it again because your brain's broken. Okay.
I paid attention.
This person said that they're claiming I won't debate a racist Nazi because my position would be thoroughly exposed. Okay. If my position is opposition to racist Nazis, and he's saying that my position would be thoroughly exposed, isn't he arguing in favor of racist Nazis?
maybe, but
Maybe.
I see what he's saying. I see what he's
You,
saying.
you do. You see
Not
what he's
saying I
saying.
agree.
Okay, hang on, because we're about to find out if Tim's a racist Nazi. Tim, what position of mine would be exposed as truly problematic?
Against a Nazi.
Truly problematic.
Yeah, like I disagree with a Nazi on something, and if I debated a Nazi, they would show that I was wrong about it. What position would that be, Tim?
I know which one he's gonna go with.
I mean, I think that your beliefs on late-term abortion or
I'm sorry, Tim.
late-term
I'm sorry,
abortion are
Tim.
kind of
I'm sorry, Tim, but this is really
Well-
this is really silly because I'm asking you about what position, if I debated a Nazi, they would expose as wrong, and you went to my position on late-term abortions. What's my position on late-term abortions?
I mean, from what I've heard, you're all right with it because you don't like a woman's body being used in any capacity without her consent.
So I don't have a position so much on late-term abortions. I have a position on abortion generally, and it's only dishonest fucks that try to pretend that. Late-term abortions, by the way, pretty much don't happen and are pretty much illegal pretty much everywhere except in extenuating medical circumstances. I think that abortion is healthcare and that a pregnant person's right to determine if they want to stay pregnant or not is something that nobody else has a right to violate. Why am I wrong about that?
I just said what might be considered incendiary. I don't know. I don't want to debate your beliefs. I just want
No. Thank you, Tim. Tim, I'd like to thank you for admitting that you're just calling in to stir the shit. Don't call me again.
No. Okay.
No. You literally just said and admitted. I've already hung up on you, Tim, because when I pressed you, why should I not have hung up?
Yeah, I wanted to know what he thinks leftist ideology is.
Okay, Tim, I'm sorry, call back and Jimmy will talk to you. I won't, but Jimmy will, because when you say that you just picked something that was incendiary, that means that you're not an honest interlocutor, you don't care what my position is, and you're basically siding with Nazis. And you'd rather side with Nazis and make up shit about what I believe when you don't even have evidently a dog in the fight or care enough to try to be decent or argue honestly. So that's my frustration. And on that note, I'd like to apologize to Jimmy. I should not have hung up on Tim without giving him the opportunity. So Tim, I swear, if you call back right now, I'll put you through as the very next person after whoever we're talking to.
I think he won't because he knows I'm going to show them why I'm his least favorite host.
Yeah. It's absolutely wild to me that these individuals can be like, Matt won't debate a racist Nazi because he knows he would be exposed. Exposed as what? Not a racist Nazi? You're going to call in to say that the right-wing people are terrified of expressing their true position. Yeah, you know why? Because their true position is hateful, racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic. It is further marginalization of people. It is based on the lie of white replacement theory or any number of other things. They're afraid of expressing their opinion because they know they are corrupt and stupid, and that in an honest conversation, just like Charlie Smirk, they would get schooled. Charlie Kirk was a fucking clown who could not make rational arguments, as I demonstrated in my opening by addressing the fact that he tried to violate Hume's dictum and couldn't, and makes assertions that are mere propaganda. He wanted to prop up the Second Amendment because he thinks we need the Second Amendment to defend our God-given rights. What kind of weak-ass God have you got that is giving you rights and then saying you need to go get a gun so you can defend these rights? Your God is a whiny little bitch that can't defend a thing. If he's saying you need to go get a gun, you got to protect them rights that God gave you. Come on now, hurry up, get in here. God's got some more rights for you. Maybe you should get a second gun. Maybe it's easier to defend these rights that God gave you if you just go get an automatic weapon. Woo, then you can defend more rights at once against more people. Oh my God, it's so good. Yay, God. Go fuck yourself. God and the dumbass apologist making that. How dare I be opposed to Nazis? Yeah. It's Jimmy, I'm sorry. I know this is news to you. But you have a host on the line that's opposed to Nazis.
We'll be contacting HR. We'll be doing your review soon.
All right. Let's see here. Allison, runs to she, they. Allison's calling in from Ohio.
Yes.
You're on with Jimmy and Matt. How are you?
Hi. I'm not too bad. Kind of generally stressed with existence lately, but
yeah.
But yeah, so I feel like this shooting is kind of a big escalation. Just everything's just kind of been building all year. And I don't know if there's a way to get things to a point where there's not just sort of this looming sword over everyone's head without A, getting Trump out of office, and B, getting the Supreme Court to do its actual job. And I kind of wanted to just see what your guys' perspective on that was.
I've said before, America's headed in an unsustainable direction, so I don't know what the correction looks like, or if after it is even America anymore. There may be a future breakup. I don't know, but this was only an escalation in that the person was famous, and so people could. But this violence actually was not outside of the norm of what these are people who live by the sword. They died by the sword.
Yeah, but also we still don't know why somebody did it.
Yeah.
I get the speculation, and I think that there's good reasons for a number of the speculation. I mean, I think Charlie Kirk had been frequently described as someone who had a very punchable face, and it was mainly about the smirk and the condescension and thinking that you are making arguments when you're not. And I've said before, I think we're headed towards civil war. I think the world may be heading towards actual war. That's why I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the next Franz Ferdinand. But that kind of thing isn't outside the realm of this, because if you look at what's happening, Trump was supposed to be the president of peace. We had multiple people call in to say that Trump is the president of peace, and he's changing the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Actually, he's not, because he can't do that. Congress has to do that. So what he's done is, through executive order, given it a new nickname of Department of War, and they changed the signs, and now Pete Hegseth, the essentially neo-Nazi Secretary of Defense, gets to chug some more beers and show off his tats while talking about machismo and standing in the Oval Office talking about how we are not going to worry about legality, we're going to worry about lethality. This is what should be being talked about right now. The fact that they killed people on a boat. Those people could have been the most awful people ever. Those people could have been child trafficking, drug trafficking pieces of human garbage. And still, that doesn't justify just blowing them up willy-nilly in international waters. This was an act of war. This was murder. Trump's administration murdered people. Maybe they deserved it. We don't know, because we don't know who they are. We don't know what they're really charged with. There was no due process, because this administration doesn't care about due process. And similarly, Trump was going to end the war in Ukraine. Didn't. As a matter of fact, Russia's now increased aggression and had drones over Poland. And he was going to end the thing in Gaza.
NATO.
Yeah, and then he was going to fix Gaza as well. And yet, I saw this today, assuming it's kind of accurate. After Israel says that they don't want war, they want peace. They killed the Gaza negotiator, the negotiator's family, the Iranian negotiators, the Qatar negotiators, bombed the capital of Iran, the capital of Lebanon, invaded Syria, but they want peace. That's a really hard sell.
A decimated land with no one left behind in it.
Yeah. And because this is all escalating and not slowing down, it wouldn't surprise me if World War III is around the corner. I genuinely hope it's not. I hope that the better angels of our nature, the humanist sanity, even I will side with people whose religion, I will side with the Catholic fucking corrupt criminal church if they would just stand up to try to stop the war, the aggression, and all of this. But they won't. They'll fall in line just like they have every other time. Because in the same way that all of these people cried for release the Epstein files, the president of the United States sued for $10 billion, knowing beyond doubt that the very thing they had described not only existed, but was in their possession, and dared to say that this thing doesn't exist. Sued them saying this doesn't exist, and now it's been made public. So now they're saying, that's not me, that's not my signature. Curiously, I'm not a handwriting expert, and nobody else is either. But they're just running around saying, oh, yeah, it doesn't look anything like a signature. It looks exactly like it. So we're sitting here on TV comparing Trump's signatures to say, wow, this is really similar. When what's that going to prove? Oh, somebody forged, it's a forgery. Okay, so you're telling me that 25 years ago or so, somebody as a birthday greeting for Epstein pretended to be Trump, pretended to write a secret message about secrets, pretended to draw a picture of a woman, pretended to sign Trump's name, all in the hopes that it would eventually get discovered in order to ruin his second term as president? Are you fucking kidding me?
You love their conspiracy theories.
The knots they will tie them in to refuse to acknowledge things. Trump doesn't even have to be guilty of anything related to child trafficking or anything else. He's still covering up for it. He ran on, I will release this information. Maybe, it depends. We don't want to hurt people. I can't do the Trump impression. Jimmy can do it, but it is absolutely one lie after another, and an obvious lie that only stupid or corrupt people will buy. And Charlie Kirk was more corrupt than stupid and did a flip-flop on this whole Epstein thing. And I trust the government. And you've got Tim Pool and these other guys who are perhaps more stupid than corrupt, or who are perhaps corrupt because they're particularly stupid, buying into and selling the narrative on behalf of this administration. Why? What is in those files? Oh, is it going to expose that there are billionaire Democrats and Republicans controlling things, funding all of this, and that everybody knew? Because when you look at what they've released from that book already, it's very clear. The overwhelming majority of people that they've referenced as writing something absolutely knew who Epstein was and did a wink, wink, nudge, nudge as underage girls were trafficked and molested. It is criminal. It is corrupt. They need to release every bit of it. I don't care if Bill Clinton and my dad are in those fucking files. They need to be released. And the only people who stand in the way, the people who are like, oh, the parties are the same. The parties are just the same. They're all corrupt. They're all corrupt, but they're not the fucking same corrupt, because every goddamn Democrat voted to release that shit. And only 4 Republicans decided that they, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, decided that they cared more about what was true and good than what was in their party's best interest. Fuck these people.
No, it kind
but
of,
not Charlie Kirk.
It reminds me of when like a scientific paper is published that says something really obvious, but you have to publish it to get that precedent out. Like, we all know, but we need it said so we can actually do something about it. But then you look at who could do something about it, and you know that they won't. And it
I don't think it'll matter.
Really helpless.
I think it'll all come out, and it won't matter.
No, it won't. And I don't know if there's anything that like us normal, non-billionaires can do at this point other than sit back and hope that we don't get nuked. Nope.
I'm going to keep talking about this until I'm dead. And then the only thing that ends up being a determining factor is when and how.
Yeah. And hopefully there'll be someone in the future that can learn something from this and make things a little better.
Yeah. Genuinely, Allison, I think we're screwed. I have no idea how screwed, and I have no idea how to fix it. And this is one of the most frustrating things, because for the past 20 years, I've been engaged in discussions about whether or not there's a God, and whether or not religion is a good thing or a positive power. Because the reality is, there are good people who are religious, and there are good people who are not. And there are shitty people who are religious, and there are shitty people who are not. And so this is why I don't care when people call in, they're like, well, I'm an atheist. Like today, when I posted that I had zero sympathy, there were a number of people who came in and like, well, I'm an atheist and you're a big piece of shit for saying you have zero sympathy. Well, first of all, I don't give a fuck if you're an atheist. Stop trying to poison the well. But second of all, I didn't ask for your opinion about whether or not I should have fucking sympathy. I said I don't have any sympathy. Well, you changed it after you found out he was dead and said you had sympathy for his kids. Yes, I changed it because you dumb motherfuckers didn't recognize that I was saying I don't have sympathy for that person, and not saying I don't have sympathy for anybody anywhere under any circumstances. So I added a clarification because I'm sick of the world being stupid. And you know what?
Yeah.
I said something the other day. I'm not going to go down that route, but on my Twitch stream, I said something. I hope the VOD's already gone, because I'm done pretending that I'm not merely saying some people are fucking stupid. And what I hate about what this world is making me, I'm opposed to violence in response to speech, but I'm not a pacifist. I think there's going to come a time where violence needs to be used as violent overthrow, things like that. I don't know when or how. I haven't made a decision about that. It's going to be kind of a case by case. But also, I'm in favor of individual sovereignty and freedom and democracy. And daily, I get to a point where I'm starting to think maybe some people are too stupid to be allowed to vote. I won't take, I can't take action on that.
Yeah.
It is a terrible position to get to. And yet I find myself going, what other solution is there? If we're just going to let every fucking idiot who doesn't understand the science, but does their own research, doesn't understand the history, but does their own research, listens to the lies, can't fact check, couldn't argue their way out of a wet paper bag, who think that Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk and all of these these are brilliant people. These are the innovators of our time. No, they're not. They are the kings of the village idiots, just like Jordan Peterson is the Duke of Deepities and the captain of incels. This is the world we're in. It's not far from idiocracy.
It really isn't. And I do genetic research, and it's just like some of the stuff that people say is just completely, I don't know how they can get to that point without like just not thinking about it.
Yeah. I'm looking for solutions, and I'm genuinely willing to work with far more, like if I can just find any group of people who are working towards a common goal of making the world a better place. I've said before, I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care if we agree on it. It annoys the shit out of me when people call the show and they're like, hey, I'm an atheist, but okay. You know what? If you call in and you say, I'm a skeptic, I'm a humanist. If somebody called in and said, I'm a humanist, and I think it was really shitty of you as a humanist to say that you had zero sympathy, that's a conversation I'd be open to having. Because I also think that for example, we were talking to the dude that wanted to say, Kevin, who, by the way, did not call back. So I'm going to suspect that Jimmy was right, because if Kevin had a good point to make.
Tim's calling back. My reverse
Tim's
psychology work. Tim's on the hold. Yeah, I'm ready.
Sweet. Awesome. But yeah, I don't have solutions. I am mostly expressing my frustration so that other people know that the rest of us out here are frustrated too. And I'm hoping that we don't all die either to war or climate change before we find a way to figure this out. Because the things that should be changing minds isn't.
And it's just hard to know what else could be done other than what we're already trying to do. But
yep.
But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you taking my call, and yeah, that's kind of just. It's nice to know that there's other people that also are just so frustrated with things and just trying to do anything about it. You know.
Yeah. We
I sure do.
I gotta let you go, Allison, but I appreciate the call. I wish I had
Thank you.
better answers, but I don't.
Shall we bring Tim back
Okay.
in?
I don't see Tim.
Down in the call-in queue. I can hit it if you need me to.
Oh, yes. Go for it.
Hi.
Tim, I'm thankful you called back. That totally wasn't the goal of saying that you weren't going to call back. So, Tim, how are you
Kevin
doing?
didn't call back.
I guess we're alike in that way. We do what people tell us not to.
Cool.
Sometimes. What have I done that someone
Sometimes.
told me not to? I'm curious of your example of that.
Oh, I listened to you earlier, and someone said to tell you to say "fuck Charlie," and then you didn't want to do it.
I said I wouldn't do it
Or maybe
because
you
they
will.
told me to, in defiance of them. All right. Anyway, Tim, where do you want to go from here? Can I ask you first? You said leftist ideology. I'd love for you to define that.
I mean, it's the I don't know if it's anti, but the rhetoric against the former status quo of, white male dominance and straight normativity, but taken to an extreme where it's pushed further beyond just equality and into what they would call equity.
Jimmy?
I wouldn't, but they would,
Sure. What's up?
Okay. I'm going to mostly stay out of this, but I have no idea what he's actually talking about.
I know.
And it sounded like a bunch of buzzwords. I'm not completely sure what is it you're complaining about?
He's just defining leftism for me. What he thinks the definition of leftism is. I've written it down.
Okay.
The rhetoric against the
And so
former status quo.
Leftism is standing in opposition to what again?
The former status quo of white male dominance and straight heteronormativity.
Okay.
Did you want me to add anything more to that? I was writing it down as you said it. By the way, straight heteronormativity is redundant.
I don't know if I said that, but whatever.
You did.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, then I was redundant. My apologies.
Is Chuck Schumer a leftist?
I don't know all Chuck Schumer's beliefs, but he's some level of a leftist, probably. I know he's a Zionist.
Pelosi?
Well, she.
Wait, you think leftists are Zionists?
Hang on. I got it.
No,
I promise.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm so confused, and I don't know if it's me or if it's Tim. So I'm gonna mute myself and just wait.
Is Nancy Pelosi a leftist?
Yeah, I'd say so. She's left.
Is Obama?
Not exactly. I wouldn't necessarily say Obama's a leftist.
Okay, could you name for me 3 prominent leftists?
Hassan Piker, Destiny.
No. Politicians. No. First of all, Destiny's not even a left. Okay, hang on.
Destiny ever. Destiny's a monumental piece of shit. Not anyway. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, no. Not YouTubers, leftist politicians who are actually making any kind of meaningful change.
Well, the most extreme people tend not to make it to be politicians, but I think that people that are somewhat called moderate Democrats have beliefs that shade towards that.
Are liberals leftist? I don't need. This is a weird thing you're going. Are liberals leftists?
They're a lighter form of it.
No.
they're wishy-washy.
Your definition. You've gotten everything wrong so far. Chuck Schumer is definitely not a leftist, Zionist or not. I mean, Zionism definitely disqualifies people from leftism for sure, but wouldn't be even if he wasn't a Zionist. Nancy Pelosi is definitely not a leftist. Liberals are not leftist. Liberals are capitalists. The right wing and the left wing, if you're going to use the term leftist, you need to be a little bit more specific if what you mean is liberals or Democrats. And the people who are being attacked right now, generally in the news, are liberals and Democrats, which are also right wing. Only in America are they considered left, because only in America have we moved the Overton window so far to the right and consider that the political basis for being a moderate. Your definition is insane. Leftism does not give a fuck about whether or not, no matter what country it's in, it's not thinking about white male dominance and that's the status quo we have to get away from, but it is talking about equality. It is talking about wealth disbursement. It is talking about making sure that a person can't own a business and basically do slavery, but with extra steps, make you reliant on their income because it's not enough, so they can abuse you. They can expect more of you, and you can make them a tremendous profit, and they can pay you something that is an amount of money that they doesn't even hit on their radar. If your annual income was suddenly disappeared from their personal account, they wouldn't actually notice unless somebody else was watching. Liberalism and leftism are not the same thing. Being anti-capitalist would be a much bigger priority of a leftist than any of your nonsense identity politic bullshit, because that's what you guys do. You make it all about identity politics while whining about identity politics. The fact of the matter is you actually can demonstrate that certain individuals, like the white heteronormative people that you've been describing, have taken advantage of everybody else once they found themselves in this power and believe themselves exceptional for being born rich and then continuing to be rich, even though we know that demographically that's what's going to happen. So you don't really know what leftist ideology is, but you have a problem with it. That's wild. I don't know much about quantum physics. I think I'll start getting pissed off at it.
Well, I wouldn't say that I'm totally anti. I mean, for instance, would you say that when Trump supports tariffs, which I think is a tax on corporations, not people, I do. Do you think that's leftist?
People. I own a company and I've had to pay tariffs, and we have to figure out how to get that money out of the people who consume our thing. And we don't even offer a direct product except for our merch, which has gone up in price. So if my taxes go up and I pass that on to you, who did the tax really go up on, Tim? Me or you?
I see what you're saying, but can't you say the same about corporate taxes? Is that passed on to the individual?
Corporate taxes, if corporate taxes went up with a tariff outside of the norm and beyond listen, kind of in a way, but it's not a matter of we need to get rid of corporate taxes. It's more of a matter that we need to get rid of corporations as they are, because the fact is the matter that the corporate tax rate right now is already lower than it needs to be. And certainly the corporate tax rate or the tax rate on billionaires is extremely low because billionaires shouldn't even exist. So the reason why those prices go up isn't because a little business owner like me is going, well, I'm not going to pay it. It's the rich people who are going, okay, even if we are going to have a slightly higher corporate tax rate, fuck all of you consumers. I'm going to stay rich. I'm going to make sure I make more money. And we're also going to use the excuse of the tariffs and the taxes to not just raise enough money to cover the tariffs like this happened during COVID. We're going to raise enough money to just make more money. Even though our costs have gone up, yes, we'll raise it for that. And then when our costs go back down to normal, we're not going to come back down. We're going to enjoy more profits because as a corporation, I am not incentivized to make a profit every quarter. I am incentivized to make a larger profit than the profit I made the quarter prior. I am considered a failure as a business, even if I make $1 billion this year in profit. If the last year I made 1.1 billion, I'm considered a failure and punished for that. Our corporate setup right now is ridiculously dumb, and your corporate tax rate point was even dumber.
I do have a question though, Tim. Since you're objecting to the leftists, are you in favor of the tariffs
Well, he doesn't think it's a tax on people.
No. Tim, are you in favor of the tariffs?
As a sweeping statement, I mean, I don't know as a sweeping statement.
Tim, have the tariffs been good for Tim? Have the tariffs been good for the economy?
I would agree with you. I don't think we should.
I'm sorry, Tim.
I'm sorry, Tim. I'm
sorry, Tim, that you don't know how to fucking have a conversation.
Say yes or no. It's hard
Give
for
me
me
a measure. No. Give me your data point that shows the economy has improved because of the tariffs.
Matt, I feel like you're kind of pigeonholing me. I mean, you defined a Nazi.
Tim, I'm going to fucking mute you because you are dishonest and absolutely terrible at this and pretty damn stupid. I'm asking you very simple questions. You called in to complain about left stuff. And here, let me see if I can make this really easy. I'm going to take you off mute. Tim, is the president or anyone in the current administration a lefty?
Not on social issues.
Goodbye, Tim.
I mean, but I would just argue tariffs.
Goodbye, Tim.
Can I make a statement?
No, you can't make a statement. I don't know why you're too stupid to get this, Tim. I've tried. I've sat here. You can call Jimmy, who you hate more. I'm really working to make sure that I'm your least favorite because I think you are genuinely stupid as fuck. And that you just need a friend. You are calling in to complain about something when you don't understand a thing. It's the same reason that you're a deist, even though we've had this conversation before, I believe, about how you are convinced that there's an untestable, unidentifiable God. See, the reality is, Jimmy and I are both leftists. Jimmy's more left than I am, probably, almost certainly, but who knows? We're probably going to have a bunch of conversations soon, and who knows, I might turn out to be the most leftist of all of us. But Jimmy sat here and tried to actually engage with you on the subject, and you didn't have a clue what you were talking about. And so I thought, maybe we can find a way to actually address this. And so it's like, if you're going to complain about the left, why are you talking about tariffs? Because tariffs have either been good for the economy or they haven't. Spoiler alert, they have not. Whether or not they are a tax on corporations is irrelevant because when you tax the corporations, the consumers still wind up paying. The corporation, the corrupt tax structure and all of that, all the costs get passed down to you across the board. There's a reason that farmers in Arkansas and other places are now asking for socialism, government handouts, and it's because the tariffs are putting farmers out of business and Trump's only been in office for 8 or 9 months. And so when I said, are you against the tariffs? You don't know. Have the tariffs been good? You don't know. Cool. I need you to tell me when I take you off mute, what position do one position, I don't give a shit at where it is, you can abandon the tariffs. You can dig yourself out of the stupid hole that you dug yourself into. Pick one position that myself and possibly Jimmy, as leftists, hold that you think you can argue against, and I will give you the shot to argue against that. If not, I'm going to move on. So, Tim, what lefty position do I hold and or Jimmy hold that you think you can argue against? Go.
Equity for non-white people.
Holy shit. Hang on. I muted him really quickly. Wow. Hang on. I have to admit, Tim, you completely broke my brain. Of all the things that somebody thinks we're wrong about, cool.
I suspect he doesn't know what equity versus equality means in the first place.
Well, we can figure that out. What is your problem with non-white people?
Well, I just don't think they need equity because I don't think they're treated worse or behind.
Okay. How would you know?
Well, How would I know? Well, you have to. I think they have equal opportunities based on the law, and sometimes
Okay.
they do even better than white people in the United States.
Sometimes
Well,
they
maybe-
do.
Sometimes they do. They're definitely doing better than you, Tim.
Oh, yeah.
But here's the thing.
Okay.
When you say that you don't think they're any worse off, would you say that in the history of the United States, non-white people have traditionally been better off, worse off, or on equal terms?
In history, in the totem, and yes, I would say they've been worse off.
Cool. And you think we've solved racial disparity, and now we are all on an even playing field where everybody, irrespective of their race, are now on equal footing, right?
I think in some respect there's been an overcompensation where
No,
I think
okay.
whites actually have
So
it
now
worse.
you think whites are underprivileged.
Mhm.
Okay. How do you tell who's white, and how do you tell how that they are in fact underprivileged?
Well, I don't think it's a perfect science because I think race is a spectrum.
Okay,
but-
so stop, Tim. I'm sorry that you suck at this. I didn't ask if you thought it was a perfect science or anything else. I asked, how do you tell who's white, and how do you tell they're underprivileged? I'm asking you to back up your position, because if all we have is Tim's uninformed, data-free gut feeling is that white people are underprivileged, this is going to make the best clip of the week. And this is in a week where Charlie Kirk, on the day that Charlie Kirk was shot dead. So do you have anything other than your gut impression that white people are now underprivileged in the United States?
You can tell someone's white by looking at them and what they put on their license.
Okay. See, it's funny. No, stop talking, Tim. This is embarrassing. I know there's a delay, but you're now asking the question I asked you before I put you on mute the last time. See, I'm no longer interested in how you tell if somebody's white, but if you think it's based on looking at them and what they put on their driver's license, you are genuinely stupid in an epic sense. Like, I have no problem at all saying I'm orders of magnitude smarter than you. And I don't even say that as a brag, because this is the dumbest thing I've heard today. But the question that I asked wasn't anymore about how you tell somebody's white. I'm saying, do you have something other than your personal gut feeling to show that white people are now underprivileged in the United States of America?
The white male suicide rate.
The white male suicide rate means that white people are underprivileged. How does the white male suicide rate compare to the trans suicide rate?
Well, I didn't say trans people weren't underprivileged too.
I didn't say you did. I asked you what the rate was and how you know.
It's higher. It's higher. Much higher.
Is it higher per capita?
It's higher per capita, yeah. The trans suicide rate is higher, yeah. I agree with you.
So,
all right.
What is it about having a higher suicide rate that means you are in fact underprivileged?
Well, if you assume that we're more or less biologically the same, then it would take people, being treated poorly to kill themselves, or being in poor living situations.
What if, just bear with me, there's a whole bunch of white dudes that feel like they're better than other people, and they feel like when things become equal, they no longer have the advantage they used to. This puts undue stress upon them. And even though they are equal, or maybe even slightly advantaged, the reduction in their privilege is sufficient to make these whiny little people decide that it's unfair. And in fact, they aren't underprivileged, but just feel underprivileged. How do you tell the difference between them feeling underprivileged, feeling oppressed, and actually being oppressed?
I would say that theory has to be bared out.
I didn't ask you to assess my theory. I asked you, how would you tell the difference between people who feel that they're underprivileged because they're not as privileged as they once were, and the people who are actually underprivileged. What is the criteria that you use to tell the difference between those possibilities?
Well, haven't real wages gone down?
I'm sorry, Tim, but I'm asking you how to tell the difference between something. That's not going to be answered by a question, and it's definitely not going to be answered by a question about real wages.
It's difficult to tell.
Do you have, Tim, yes or no, a mechanism by which you can show who is underprivileged and who isn't?
Well, not everything is objective. It's like
okay. So, Tim, call me back when you have something objective, because I genuinely don't care about the feelings and impressions of stupid people. I didn't hang up, by the way, Jimmy, because I know you might want to go somewhere.
For you. Yeah. Cool. Hey, Tim. So you think that the rate of suicide would be the thing by which you would determine if a person is disadvantaged in America, right?
I'm sorry, it beeped when I was listening to you.
Yeah,
what would be
that
the
was
way
a crosswire. I'm muting. Yep, sorry, my bad.
You believe that it is the rate of suicide that would indicate whether or not a group is disadvantaged in America, correct?
I think it's an indicator.
Great. So what opposition would you have to the claim then, well, right now, if you are not in one of those more privileged classes, because you rely on community more, you seek community more, you are less likely to become a loner. And in fact, it is engagement with community that makes a person more or less suicidal. And people who are in poverty very often still have communities because that's basically what they have, who they have. That is their support system. They kind of can't live without it. What's your opposition to anything I just said?
I mean, that is a theory. I think
more than a theory.
I think that white people can't organize racially the same way any other race can.
And
so
yet
we have less community in that way.
Into it. And the reason why race gets injected to it is because segregation was first done legally, and then it has been done culturally. I moved from Denver. When I moved here, it was actually like a kind of crazy thing of going to a store and being like, oh my God, you can't tell which part of town you are in just by walking into the store. There's like people of every race here. Where you go to Denver, leftist bastion as it may be, I can tell you exactly which race is mostly represented in each King Soopers across the city of Denver, because there is still a cultural segregation that is left over from the legal segregations that happen. The race dividing wasn't a thing they came up with. So now I have this to ask you. Right now, just looking at the poverty line, who do you think lives below the poverty line more, white people or black people?
Black people.
And by what percentage difference? Do you think you're twice as likely, 1.5 times, just slightly more likely?
Twice, 3 times. I don't know. Many times over.
Yeah, it's more than
Maybe.
Twice. More than 2 times.
Okay.
What do you think the reason for that is? And try your best to not be racist.
Well, their own. You're going to say it's because of prior discrimination. I would.
What is the number one way to indicate? What is the number one way to predict if a person is going to be rich in life? What's the easiest way? Huh?
College education?
Not even close to correct.
Their father's wealth? Their
family wealth?
If you are born rich, the number one indicator, that means you will be born rich. What's the number one indicator that you will be living in poverty?
Being born poor.
Interesting. So you have acknowledged that systemically in the past, things were bad. What was the thing we did to pull the other races that aren't white in America out of poverty after we put them there with lower wages, with less access? And by the way, even now today, still doing things like denying black people at a higher rate their GI Bill, which was literally just happening in the last 2 years at Navy Federal Credit Union. Black people were getting denied for the exact same loans on their GI Bill because redlining never went away. But you think it has. So please, Tim, what was the big thing we did? Do you think just cementing into law, like, hey, You're not allowed to write down that you're racist when you deny a person's job application, dramatically reduce their access to education, dramatically reduce their access to better jobs, or rather increase their access to those things.
Yeah, but it hasn't made it equal, and then you have an issue with that still.
And how is access to education going for brown people? What's the number one thing preventing them getting good access from education? For education?
Well, I would say personal reasons. I wouldn't say it's racism, but I expect you to tell me that you believe that it is.
I know it is. How do we fund a school? Where does the money from a school come from?
Taxpayer dollars.
Which taxpayers pay for the school?
Those in the area.
By which taxes? Specifically, which taxes?
Specifically, which taxes? The local taxes. What do you mean?
What kind?
There's
lots of types of taxes. Are we talking income taxes? What are we talking?
The home with the home and
property
the house?
Taxes. Mm-hmm.
Property taxes.
So, is there a coincidence? Is it just a coincidence that if you are born black and poor in America, you are mostly going to be born into neighborhoods where you have to rent, or even what you can buy don't have very high values? Therefore, the taxes are low. Therefore, the schools are funded like shit. So even you who thought education would be the number one way, not to indicate if you're wealthy, but to indicate whether or not you'll be able to break out of the financial class that you were born into, that one would have been correct. You don't think there's anything to do with the fact that people are living in the same neighborhoods for decades and decades, even after the laws have changed, even though right now, Levittown, Long Island, while they don't enforce it, it's still on the city code that you're not allowed to sell properties there to black people. Still in the code there right now, but don't worry, it's not enforced. You don't see any connection, and you don't think that might be a bigger problem for them, what you were implying. The male white loneliness epidemic is harming white people's access to opportunities. As you talk to two white people who are really unexceptional individuals otherwise, and yet we've gotten so many opportunities.
We're sellouts, though, because we hate white people.
I wasn't going to say it out loud.
I mean, we are currently here. I'm wondering what laws exist that are unfair for white people, because the Supreme Court just ruled that you're no longer allowed to consider race on college admissions, but you can consider it when you're figuring out who to deport. Do you think that advantages white people further or less?
No, I think that's a shift back the other way, and even too far, but I don't think it immediately will erase
So I'm sorry, Tim. I forgot I was talking to a stupid person. When you say it's a shift back and possibly too far, you're saying it shifts back to privilege white people too much, right? So the answer to my question wasn't no, I think it's a shift back and goes too far. The answer to my question is yes, that advantages white people further, right?
It advantages anyone who's not Hispanic, probably.
Ooh.
If you would say it's an advantage.
You don't think it's an advantage to get admitted to college and not be fucking deported? You don't think those are advantages? By the way, if you've built a system where all of the bosses at your Fortune 500 company are white, when they're considering applications and their hiring tendencies are such that only 1% of their employees are black, do you think that's because the system implicitly or explicitly favors white people, or do you think there's just not enough black people who are qualified for those jobs?
There may just not be enough black people qualified for those jobs.
Why wouldn't they be qualified for those jobs, Tim? I mean, if they keep applying, and on paper, if we change the name from a white-sounding name to a black-sounding name in the stereotype thing, if that fundamentally changes the likelihood that someone is likely to be hired, is that racism or nameism?
It could be somewhat of both. It could be a cultural disdain for certain
Tim, are you white?
Names.
I am white, Tim. Are you lonely?
I am white.
Are you lonely?
I have you, my friend. So of course not.
I'm not your fucking friend. I was
Right.
asking if you're lonely. What do you do for a living, Tim?
I'm a student.
You're a student in what field?
Yeah. You know, I'd rather not get into my personal information, but I'm a student.
Well, I bet you wouldn't. But since you're basically filling out your line to show admissions form right here, you're going to, or I'm going to move on, because I don't know what you could possibly be a student of and be this fucking clueless about basic reasoning and honesty. So I was just, I don't know why it makes a difference, why you wouldn't answer the question. But you know what? You're right, Tim. You don't have to tell me what field you're in. So very sorry that I'm your only friend, because this is not going to work out. I'm getting ready to break up with you shortly.
Do you want me to? Okay, you want to tell? All right, I'm in the legal field.
Oof. Wait till you learn about the redlining that's happening today. I'm surprised you didn't have more answers about the median incomes, the poverty, the education, and all of that. I gotta assume that you're just beginning. So my last question for you, Tim, because I do think you're a useless caller, and I lament that you vote. I rue and lament it. Is this: was it your girlfriend or your dad? Which one of them was the one that had the crush on me that made me your least favorite host? It's one of them.
Can I counter that and say,
thank you.
You're not going to let me get in there?
No,
you can counter me. Please counter me. I've been waiting for you to counter me for months. Counter me.
Go ahead. You can. I'll unmute. I liked my. I'll unmute
that. What about the study that something like only 8% of new hires at Fortune 500 companies are white?
What about it?
That?
I don't know. I haven't seen the study, and I don't know what the study says, and I don't. Are you saying, what did you just say exactly when I said I don't know?
No, I said, I was going to say, does that throw a wrench in your opinion?
Does you asking me about a study I haven't seen throw a wrench in my opinion when you've already conceded that the current positions are a step backward that add more privilege for white folks? No, it doesn't change my position. You're going to please tell me if you're studying legal stuff, please tell me you don't plan to be an attorney, because you're really bad at arguing. I hope you don't do anything but like fill out contracts.
I want to get into that last question he asked, though, because I've got some questions for him to find out. What percentage of Fortune 500 companies are American companies?
A small portion.
What is it?
I don't know the number offhand.
What percentage of the world is white?
Well, why do you use the world when most of them are headquartered here in the United States?
What percentage of the world is white?
Didn't he just ask you how many of them are in the United States?
A small 10%, if that.
Yeah, it's probably more than that, but Elon Musk has been lying lately and saying 8%. So it even matches. If anything, you'd have to say like, oh, that 8% is good. But what percentage of new hires from 23 to 24 were white?
I'm not sure.
It was 32%. Your 8% number was nonsense. You made it up. Or the study you got was from probably wherever Charlie Kirk was getting his studies back when he could do such a thing. What percentage of the overall workforce amongst Fortune 500 new hires was white? Or sorry, what percentage of the Fortune 500 workforce before this 32%, what percentage of the overall workforce in Fortune 500 companies is white?
Well, there's probably a lot of old white boomers, so probably a high percentage.
Yeah, it's 75. So having a year where it only matches closer to the amount the population is, which it didn't, it was 32%, where companies are going and saying, oh shit, are we one of those companies? But by the way, there are no quota laws like your side often likes to lie about. I don't know if you were going to get to that lie. But go like, fuck, are we one of those? Do we need diversity? And by the way, a lot of people, when they hire that diversity, find out, oh shit, it turns out it's good to have diversity because these people have insights to getting more customers, clients, service, people we serve, whatever. It's useful. But I'm curious how big the institution is that you had up your ass to pull that 8% number out.
I have other questions. For example, on the Fortune 500 companies, on their boards of directors, what percentage of the board of directors are men?
Probably the majority. Why are you so focused on economics rather than community, though? Why do you move on from community?
Tim, I'm sorry. You started talking about how white people are underprivileged, and I asked you to pick the subject, and you went down this route.
I mentioned community.
You went down this route. Please don't talk over me. That's never, ever, 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 ever going to work out well for you. You already know that, don't you, Tim? Thank you. So, in Fortune 500 companies, 69.6% of their board are men, which is overrepresented for the population, because the population would be 49.5%. So for those companies, men are overrepresented. What portion of them are white on the boards?
Did you say 75%? I'm not sure.
I didn't, but it's 77.8%, which is an overrepresentation compared to the 74%. It's still close. It's only overrepresented by about 3.5%. But when you start taking that 3.5% and you take a look at the broad boards there, I don't know how you can suggest that white folks are underprivileged when the data suggests that they're not. And do you have a particular law that you think is targeting white folks to be underprivileged? Or I don't just mean like, let's say you and I entered a race, and before the race, we both ran a number of trial runs and took the statistics from a race, and you run 10% faster than me. So just for fun, it's not a race in a competition thing, but just for fun, to like raise money for charity, you decided to give me a slight head start. If you only gave me a 1% head start, would that be anything close to parity or equity?
Obviously, no.
Cool. And if you gave me a 30% head start, would that be close to parity? No. So where are your numbers showing that white people are now actually underprivileged? We're back to what I asked a while ago, because you don't seem to have anything other than this is how you feel. And while I love when Chappell Roan sings about this is how I feel, I don't give a shit how you feel.
Well, do you need statistics to show that a white person who speaks well of white people will face more social criticism than a black person that speaks well of black people? Do you not think black people having the black community, quote unquote, doesn't help them from a mental, social, emotional standpoint?
And where's the white performer rewards, the white entertainment television rewards? And when's White History Month going to happen, Tim?
Yeah, let's get that White History Month going.
When's straight?
It's hilarious because you're a cartoon. Nobody
Tim,
believes you're real at this point.
You really don't know why that's a dumb thing. When's White History Month?
You're going to say it's every month?
No, you don't need a history month when you were. Oh my fucking! Why do gay people get a pride parade? Do you know, Tim?
I don't know, because they lobbied for it.
No, Tim. Gay pride isn't about pride. Nobody cares that you're born gay. I'm not proud to have been born bisexual. I was born that way. I can't control it. What a stupid thing to be proud of. I'm proud of a community that I am a part of that was able to fight back against the bigotry from the community you're a part of, and was able to get some amount of freedom, at least for some period of time. They might be going away. And how in the face of power, people from my community continued to persist and fight for their rights and fight for their right to party via the parade. A pride parade isn't oh, I'm so proud to be gay. It's, I'm proud of the people who made me being gay allowed. And I'm glad that we now get to have a world where we're working toward equal representation. And so that's why black people get their own month too. It's not that black people are inherently better or worse because they're black. It's that we fucking dicked them over. And we're going to dedicate the fact that we have the other 11 months of the year where we do a lot of whitewashed, somewhat pun, because it doesn't literally mean whitewashed by race. We do a lot of whitewashed history that makes whites look real good all the time. But we're going to dedicate a special month of the year and say, like, we're going to put a little extra effort because we really fucked you guys over.
Hey, Tim, do you think it's more likely and for the majority group to need social networks or minority groups to build social networks? Which one is more necessary to balance things out?
Well, obviously, you're leading me to say the minority group.
Well, I mean, let's say there's 100 people in the school and 8 of them are black and 30 of them are white. Is it more important for those 30 white folks to get together to say, we're white folks and we're going to stand together? Or is it more beneficial for the 8 black folks to get together and say, hey, we're black and we're going to stick together? Which of those benefits the individual subgroups more?
Well, you know, you're using that example of blacks being such a small minority, then I would say, it would be more helpful.
I'm asking an obvious question because you just did this whiny little thing about how it's so unfair that black folks have community that you don't have as a white person. But the problem is you could have community as a white person if you weren't so shitty and busted. But so you need to go find yourself the shitty busted dudes, which, by the way, they're out there, the Charlie Kirks and the people who think there's an epidemic of straight white male, issues. And you guys need to get together and maybe support each other and maybe have some sex.
Charlie Kirk was not a racist. Charlie Kirk was not someone who wanted a white.
Yeah, he was.
I'm sorry. Charlie Kirk sided with the white Christian nationalist takeover of the United States and supported fascism. He said he's been Islamophobic. But in any case, I'm not saying necessarily that Charlie Kirk is anywhere near as racist as you, Tim. It's not a competition. You're still winning.
Why am I racist? Because I think whites should have a community? Or if
no,
at least it's
no. You're not racist because you think whites should have a community. You're racist because you're a whiny little bitch who talks about other people's communities being beneficial to them while you're doing nothing to build a community, and you just want to pretend based on your feels that you are underprivileged because you're white. To whatever extent you are underprivileged, it's because you're stupid and it's because you're awful. It's not because you're white. I'm white. Which one of us is more privileged? I'm not calling your show.
Hey, Tim,
I guess you're more privileged. I guess you're more privileged than I am.
Or David Duke. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Who said that? Was that Charlie Kirk or David Duke?
Was that Charlie Kirk or David Duke? Maybe it was Charlie Kirk. I don't know.
To tell you the truth, I know it was Charlie Kirk, but in fairness,
David Duke probably
also said it. Who said it? David
none of us are a huge. None of us are a huge fan, and he's dead, so it's irrelevant.
Well,
but you're sitting here saying he's not racist. Who said it? David Duke. Who said it? David Duke or Charlie Kirk? MLK was awful. He's not a good person. He said one good thing he didn't actually believe.
Dead people don't matter, by the way.
Okay. Well, I don't think that.
Who said that? Which one?
Me personally, I have empathy for the people in Gaza, and they're
what did
brown.
Kirk say about empathy?
I don't know. He probably said it was bad. I don't agree with him on a lot, and I'm not a Christian.
It's a recent ideology, and it's dangerous. So he's not racist while he was celebrating the Venezuelan civilians getting murdered, which is not weird, since we wouldn't kill a person here for doing that. In fact, we don't. Because the drug companies are doing way more than the Venezuelans are here, and we haven't put a single CEO to death. But then again, they're a white CEO of a Fortune 500 company, so why would we? Anyway, he's celebrating the Gaza the genocide in Gaza because he likes that the Jews are the stewards of Israel, and he wants them to keep it nice and clean and at least white enough looking until Jesus gets rid of them too, and the Christians take it back over. So your whole like he's not racist, I'm not sure what it's foundationally based in, because he seems stoked when not white. Sorry, seemed.
But
He's not seeming anything anymore. Stoked when white people were getting privileges and black and dark people were getting oppression.
But I don't care whether Charlie Kirk was racist or not, because Charlie Kirk's dead and he doesn't matter anymore. What I'm trying to figure out is, why does Tim have these feels that things are so rough out there for the white folk?
Well, like I said, what we cannot have groups. For instance, where are the white groups at a school? And I honestly,
Okay, I'm going to mute you. Unless Jimmy would like to continue, I am completely done with Tim. I feel like at this point it's just unfair, because Tim has feels that it's rough out there for us white folks. And where's the white organizations at school? Well, first of all, white isn't so much a thing. And the fact that you think you can tell it by looking and what somebody put on their driver's license is part of the problem. You see, there's a bunch of people who may or may not be Caucasian, may or may not be of a particular ethnic origin, and not all white folks necessarily get along or anything else, but there's what's called, white passing. And so there's a bunch of folks who might have white sounding names, even though that's not really a thing. But I mean, we're talking just within the stereotype boundaries. They might have white sounding names. They might have general white appearance. They might have been raised in whiter communities. They may or may not be advantaged. There are plenty of incredibly poor, impoverished white people that are suffering. The difference between you and me, Tim, is I want to help them, not because they're white, but because they're suffering. You may or may not want to help them at all. You're just focused on how, hey, these non-white people seem to be getting much better leg up and a much better help up than the white people are. And I don't care, because you have no data, you have no cogent argument, you have nothing of use or of substance, Tim. So I will let you get your final word in on whatever you'd like to whine about before we move on.
Well, I've got two quick things, and then I got two quick things to respond to you. So a couple things. First of all, your last thing, why aren't there white clubs? White people are more likely to access those clubs in the first place, and I've already explained to you why white pride doesn't need to be a thing. Why are we going to celebrate something that was built on the backs of oppressing others, and we still are oppressing those people? It'd be a weird time to celebrate, as we haven't issued equity. Also, even amongst adults, it's even crazier if you get to kids. Suicide is way more likely, something like 4 times likelier to happen to a queer adult than it is to happen to a straight adult. So even your whole thing where you're associating it down to race instead of queerness is weird. Now, Tim, your final response there, and I'm so excited to be done with you.
Well, first of all,
you make
I
it easy, just
necessarily
take straight
say
white pride and hang up.
I think that if we can have either we can have groups or no one should be able to have groups. That's just what I believe.
You literally can have groups, but you're going to have a social response to it, and that social response is going to be accurate, because celebrating to be a part of the group that is inherently more privileged than others is fucking stupid.
Because you hate yourself? Because you hate yourself?
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. So anyway, let your dad know to hit me up. Give him my number, because I think it was your dad that had the crush that makes you hate me the most. Bye, Tim.
There's a whole article inside the whites only community in Arkansas. I don't hate myself. I don't hate whites. I barely have a good understanding of who qualifies or anything else. But you know what I do hate? Racists. And I hate people who advocate for it and whine for it, but it's the racism itself. And so recognizing that the United States of America is traditionally, implicitly more beneficial and privileged with respect to white and white passing individuals than it is for others. Recognizing that is essential. The question then becomes, how do we correct it? And Tim seems to think that we've gone too far in correcting it. And now the Supreme Court is saying when and where you can use race to deport people or not for college admissions, maybe they've gone back a little too far. Maybe the 3/5 compromise, maybe the whites only restaurants, maybe the whites only clubs, maybe the whites only drinking fountains, maybe the colored section on buses, maybe the entirety of those problems has been completely solved after a civil rights movement. But I don't buy it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that when you get towards equality, the only thing that white people do not have the privilege that they used to. And that's what you're complaining about. That's what most of the white whiners are complaining about, that you don't have the privilege you used to, that white people in general don't have the privilege you used to. Because when your privilege becomes equality, it feels like oppression because you've been doing it that way.
Well,
it's like if you put 20-pound weights on my boots and no weights on yours, when we put 20-pound weights on yours, that feels like you've been hindered. And it should feel that way because you're recognizing that you no longer have the privilege of not having 20-pound weights on your feet. If we take the weights off my feet, instead, that doesn't feel as much like you've been hindered because things stayed the same for you. So we need to stop looking at this as a zero-sum game. The leg up that people were trying to do with DEI was more about taking the restrictions off of the intrinsic biases off of non-white minorities. But the problem is when you start doing that, you don't win as many fucking races anymore. And so initially it doesn't feel like your privilege is being reduced, but your relative privilege is being reduced and you're not winning as many races. And that's why you're whining.
I would be for white
Anyway.
pride, but I don't believe in participation trophies.
I don't want to participate. All right, we got 2 more calls left. Andrew, hey, thanks for going back. Did you go back and hear my list of my problems with Charlie Kirk?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Cool. So do you have another question or was there something that wasn't clear? Because you hung on for a while, so.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the last caller on some things. With the whole white and black thing, can you tell me what the crime rates for the black and whites? Like, are they like the same or?
After you tell me your favorite 14 words.
I'm sorry?
After you tell me your favorite 14 words. We know Nazi dog whistles when we hear them. Crime is related
so here,
to
I'm gonna mute you, Andrew, because you've been on hold for 2 hours and 18 minutes. And despite the fact that we just talked about a number of those issues, you framed your initial response as soon as you got in as a white and black thing. You realize that there's not like just white and just black. There's a variety of ethnicities. Okay. And yet you want to go to, what's this crime rate? What's this crime? What's the black on black crime rate? What's the white on black crime rate? What's this? So you called in to ask what was so bad about Charlie Kirk. And I told you to go back and listen to my list. I didn't mention anything at all about crime rates. You did. Do you agree with my assessment of Charlie Kirk?
I agree with your assessment on some things. I don't agree with when you said when
I said what?
Oh, when you said I believe you said he was a piece of you know what. He wasn't
yes.
He wasn't the best kind of person or whatever. But
yes.
But yeah, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I think
okay.
Charlie Kirk he did.
What was good about Charlie Kirk? So when I asked you if you
Well,
agreed with my assessment, you said you agreed with some of it, but not with others. So what part did you agree with? Let's start with a moment of agreement. What did I get right about Andrew being terrible, or about Charlie being terrible? Sorry, Andrew.
when you said you don't agree with him being you didn't agree with him being like killed and stuff like that. I agree with you on that stuff. Like you didn't agree with him being like assassinated or whatever.
Andrew, I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were going to have back-to-back stupid callers. Let me try and correct this for you. I asked you if you agreed with my assessment of Andrew's character. The fact that you and I both agree that he didn't deserve to be murdered is irrelevant. I'm asking about, did you agree with my assessment of his character? And you said you agreed with it in part. So I'm asking you which part you agreed with.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't agree with none of it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So you don't think that he promoted conspiracy theories? You don't think that he worked against COVID-19 vaccination? You don't think that he's anti-science? You don't think that he said Islamophobic or transphobic things? You don't think that he's opposed to climate change? You don't think that he's opposed to ending, or that he's in favor of ending church-state separation? Well, it's just bizarre because these are facts that I pulled from his Wikipedia page.
I don't think he's Islamophobic in a sense like he don't want like Muslims to exist. He just don't want. I think he's opposed to radical Islam, not Islam itself.
Okay, Andrew, I can't believe you sat on hold for 2 hours and 20 minutes to be this bad. Islamophobia doesn't mean you want Muslims to not exist. So when I say that somebody's being Islamophobic, when I say that somebody's being Islamophobic and somebody's been repeatedly accused of Islamophobia, nobody is saying that they want them to not exist. They might want them to not exist, but that wasn't the point. But so are you in favor of church-state separation?
Like the federal government in the church, combined with the church with the federal government. I'm not against.
I'm so sorry, Andrew. I'm going to have to mute you. I keep forgetting I'm talking to literally the stupidest people on the planet right now. So church-state separation is another way of saying the separation of religion and government. It is about the limits on what the federal government can do to interfere with religion and what religions can do to interfere with the government. The idea of church-state separation, or the separation of religion and government, is that there should be neutrality, that the government should not favor one religion over another, and that the government should not favor religion over irreligion. Are you in favor?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I agree with
Cool.
I think
so.
that.
So hang on, Andrew. I'm glad you agree with that. Charlie Kirk used to agree with it, and then he changed his mind. And when he died, he was opposed to church-state separation. So one of my critiques of him is that he was opposed to church-state separation. You and I are in favor of church-state separation. Therefore, Charlie Kirk was in conflict with us on church-state separation, correct?
Yeah, but I want to clarify. I want to clarify.
No, I don't need you to clarify anything. I don't need you to clarify anything, Andrew. We're getting this. We're getting to our point here. If you and I think that church-state separation is a good thing, and Charlie Kirk is working with Christian nationalist fascists to end church-state separation, doesn't that mean he's an enemy of our rights?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, Matt? You broke up a little bit.
Sure. If you and I are in favor of church-state separation, the right to have the government not impede in your religion and your religion not to impede the government, et cetera. And Charlie Kirk is working with Christian nationalists to end church-state separation, or he was. Isn't he an enemy of our religious freedom, yours and mine?
Yeah, I guess I would make him an enemy.
Cool.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. So you and I agree that Charlie Kirk is an enemy. He's dead. Was an enemy of religious freedom and was antithetical, had views that were antithetical to the proper implementation of government and religion. So you and I agree that Charlie Kirk was a bad person, at least on that topic, right?
Okay.
Do you accept the science behind vaccinations?
I don't know the science behind vaccination, so I don't know.
Do you trust that the scientists understand vaccinations and that vaccinations are generally a good thing and that we've ended measles and smallpox and all that stuff or dramatically reduced it because of science and vaccinations?
Yeah, okay, yeah, that would be good, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that the COVID-19 vaccination saved lives?
I don't know the numbers on that. I have no idea.
But do you think overall it saved lives, or do you think it resulted in more deaths? More deaths, less deaths?
I don't want to be ignorant. I guess it saved more. Maybe it saved more. I have no idea.
Okay, that's fine. When it comes to the 2020 election, do you think that election was filled with fraud that changed the results?
Yeah, I think it was.
What's your evidence for that?
Well, I was watching it in real time when where Biden and Trump were basically neck and neck, and then like the last bit of votes came in, and it was all for Biden. It was incredible.
Yeah, it was. Jimmy, I would love for Jimmy to explain to you how elections work. I'm gonna have Jimmy explain to you how elections work, because I sat there and watched it as well, but we already knew this was going to happen from the beginning. And the only reason you were surprised is because you don't know how elections work. So Jimmy can do that.
Well, I mean, first of all, you're exaggerating. It wasn't all for him, but he did take a solid lead when the mail-in votes came in, which by law in a lot of states had to be counted later and added to the totals later. Anyway, Trump's DOJ investigated it. Biden's did, but obviously you're not going to take that. Trump's also been back in office. By the way, Trump set a team of people up to go investigate the first election that he won because he felt that there's no way he also lost the popular vote. His own people came back and said, nah, you're full of shit on that. Then the cyber ninjas, an extremely right wing, went to go to Arizona where the Stop the Steal movement was centered to prove it was wrong. And when they did their audit, they actually found that the vote would only change by a few votes and in favor of Biden, not in favor of Trump. In fact, you would have to shift, it was like a dozen or so votes to Biden, and that the assessment that it was actually the most secure election of our lifetime so far was all accurate. So anyway, I was kind of looking at some other stuff from coverage today. Which part of the conspiracy theory are you trying to go with? Because I tuned out. You were saying a lot of dumb things.
Well, there were people on online who were being threatened. If you were a Trump voter to vote, if you vote for Trump, they were being threatened. They were letting like certain Republican.
Votes are anonymous. This is a ridiculous
Republican.
Again, a ridiculous thing. By the way, voter suppression happens mostly in red states against black people, and they don't worry so much about sending people out.
In red states.
They don't send people out to go and scare you or threaten you or say, don't you dare vote, whatever, which is mostly a thing you are making up. There are going to be very few examples of that.
No.
What they do is they make it difficult for you in certain regions to go vote so that you won't vote because it'll be too hard. And that will have been by far the biggest voter suppression that happened during any election.
Andrew, when you walk up to the vote, Andrew, when you walk up to vote, are you alone? And does anybody else know how you voted?
Yeah, you're alone. Yeah.
Yeah, and nobody knows how you voted, right? So how can you be intimidated into voting?
Well, because some people had Trump hats on. A lot of people who showed up had Trump hats. They were supporting.
Could I have worn a Trump hat? I'm sorry, Andrew, could I have worn a Trump hat and voted for somebody else?
Why would you wear a Trump hat and vote for Biden? That don't make no sense.
I'm sorry. My question was, can I wear a Trump hat and vote for somebody else? And the easy, obvious answer is yes, I can. But since you go into the voting booth on your own and nobody knows who you voted for and you're not required to tell anybody who you voted for, how can somebody intimidate you into voting for somebody other than who you want to vote for?
I'm telling you, the people that were being attacked were the Trump supporters with the Trump.
Yeah, I already looked it up.
Andrew, you're full of shit. You're full of shit, and you are avoiding the question.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Andrew, you are full of shit, and you are avoiding the question. The question was very simple. if I go in and vote and walk back out, who other than me knows how I voted?
Only you.
Correct. So even if I walk in and there's 1,000 blue hat wearing Democrats standing out front yelling, "You better vote for Trump," don't I still get to do whatever I want?
Yeah, you get to do whatever you want.
Cool.
But
So
that's
how is
not
there
my
voter
point.
how is there voter intimidation in that sense if I don't have to tell anybody how I voted?
It does. The person that's doing the attacking, if he sees
Where
what
did
a
this
Trump
happen?
has, a
Andrew,
Trump
hang
hat
on.
on.
Andrew, since you're not going to answer the question, you're going to answer mine. No, I'm not holding on, Andrew. Since you're not going to answer his question, you're going to answer mine. What was the location of this altercation that you're claiming happened?
What? Because I was muted. What'd you say?
What was the location where this altercation happened? You're acting like it happened a bunch. I know it didn't. So where did this happen?
It was happening in a bunch of states. It was happening in PA. It happened a little bit in New Jersey.
Nope.
Some of these.
I've already looked it up. There are not large, widespread reports of altercations in any of the last 3 elections. And by the way, the only thing that you're probably basing it on was the
video.
one that all of you maggots like to bring up, was that in Texas there was an altercation because a man had a "Make America Great Again" hat. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about. It was in Texas. The video was posted to Instagram.
That is the one you're talking about.
It is the one.
Instagram. The one in Texas where he's wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat was not an intimidation or altercation over the fact that he was voting for Trump. He was breaking the rules, which is when you enter, you are no longer allowed to be wearing like campaigning apparel to try and keep the elections free of what you are describing, trying to intimidate or trying to make people feel more or less like voting. And he was asked to remove the hat. And then
Andrew,
I know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about because you don't understand anything. Andrew, did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump in all 3 of the last elections?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
No. There's not a yeah, but you voted for Trump in all 3 of the last elections.
No,
then you are corrupt. Then you are a corrupt, immoral idiot, and I would tell you that to your face. And if you were standing there with your MAGA hat, I would tell you that to your face.
No, you wouldn't.
But none of that. No. What'd you say?
I would.
The fuck I wouldn't. I'm telling you right now.
Tell me to my face.
Yes, I would.
No,
You're a fucking corrupt, immoral. You are a fucking stupid, corrupt, immoral person. But what I'm telling you is, what I'm telling you is that I would say that to your face, and it would not be voter intimidation because you still get to go in and vote for Trump. Because unlike other people, I don't want to intimidate people into voting. I would like to get them to realize that they are voting for billionaire, corrupt, lying, pederast protecting, economic disastrous, due process ending, murderous, traitorous, anti-constitutional pieces of shit, and that makes you a piece of shit by being complicit. And if you think I wouldn't say that to your face, you're wrong. Because the only thing you can do if I say it to your face is physically attack me. I can't stop you from that. I will have you arrested and sue you, but I will always speak my mind because I ain't no bitch.
You can actually go to my Instagram and see me doing just that, Andrew.
Yeah, the left is filled with violence. They've always been violent, and all these Antifa, Black Lives Matter.
You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit. Who marched with Tiki? Who marched with Tiki torch? You are. You're. And by the way, Andrew, you're gone. Say goodbye.
I like the left is violent when it's like, bro, remember when you guys couldn't handle losing an election, so you tried to hang Mike Pence? Remember that?
Hang Mike Pence. But also, like, this guy basically did the same thing that happened to me on my Twitch stream the other day. Somebody came on my Twitch stream and was like, Matt, you've got anger issues. You would never say that to my face. You would never say that to my face. And I'm like, yes, I would. No, you wouldn't. Why wouldn't I? Because I'd knock your teeth out. Wait, I'm the one with an anger problem and you're saying you would knock my teeth out? Andrew didn't say he would knock my teeth out, but I think it's pretty clear that when he's like, you wouldn't say that to my face, it's because he would retaliate physically. Because he is a machismo, garbage human being who thinks that it's okay to attack people for their speech. I don't. I don't think it's okay to attack people for their speech, which is why I'm opposed to what happened to Charlie Kirk today. Assuming that was the motivation at all, I'm not going to advocate violence for speech. But you know what I'm always going to advocate for? I'm going to advocate for people standing up and calling things what they are. And this administration are traitors to the Constitution. They are traitors to due process. They are traitor to the freedoms and rights of America. An oath I swore when I joined the military to protect the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. If you are a 3-time MAGA voter, you are a piece of shit, and I hate you. When the war comes, when people show compassion towards you, you need to realize they are better people than you, and they are better people than me, because I don't care if you're my mom, my neighbor, or Andrew. If you voted repeatedly for the fascism, you don't get to eat at my table anymore. I'm willing to work with people to make the world better, but there's a limit. You don't get to pretend like you're the good guy by saying, you wouldn't say that to my face. You want to see what would happen? Go watch a debate that I did with a Muslim apologist rape excuser named Daniel Hakikachu, who during the debate suggested that what I said to him while we were on stage, I wouldn't say to his face. And what did I do? I stood up, I walked the 2 steps that was between us, stood there directly, and said it to his face. So much so that the security came up to make sure that I wasn't going to attack him. I wasn't. I have no interest in physical violence. But if you tell me that I won't say something to your face, I'm saying it to your fucking face. If you tell me not to draw Muhammad, I'm drawing Muhammad. If you tell me not to burn a flag, I'm burning a flag, because I'm here for liberty and freedom and individual sovereignty. And you don't get to threaten me and get away with it. I'm not a coward. I'm not going to back down. I can't do anything. I guarantee you, Andrew, I moved my shoulder out of socket. I have a number of different health problems and everything else. I've never seen you. I bet you could beat the living fuck out of me if you wanted to, and I would still say it to your face. You are an ignorant, stupid, fascist supporting piece of garbage, and I hate you. Thanks. All right. Let's do this as the last call, and then we're going to get on to super chats. Richard's calling from Maryland. Runs are him. Wants to talk about the impact of. Oh my gosh! All right. Hey, Richard, how are you?
I'm okay, Matt. How are you guys doing?
Great. He lied.
Been a day.
Yeah. Wow, the delay is really long. I'll try to work with it.
A happy anniversary post. People are going to think it's about something else. Fucked up. I got to be very specific about my anniversary next year.
Yeah, it's been a heavy day, and yeah, what a day for it to happen for you, Jimmy. Sorry.
Yeah. Tomorrow, September 11th, which was the day also kind of is our anniversary, but because it spanned, because we were on 2 different continents, we decided to go with the 10th instead of September 11th for this reason. So maybe we'll make up for it tomorrow.
Man, tomorrow's 9/11 is going to be awful. Anyway, Richard, I didn't want to take your call at all, but because you've been on hold for an hour and 20 minutes, I at least want to give you the opportunity to say, I haven't seen the footage, but you wanted to say something about the impact of seeing the videos, so go ahead.
Yeah, I figured you might not want to. I mean, because it's a little off topic, I guess, from the typical conversation on the show. But I was having I was talking with my friends throughout the day about the news, and for the most part, I was pretty glib, and if not a bit vindictive towards Charlie Kirk, because I've seen a lot of his arguments and social media presence, and just advocating for awful stuff, like the saying that the deaths of children justified, are worth the cost for having a Second Amendment without any sort of guardrails or restrictions whatsoever. I just find that abhorrent. And I was feeling very vindictive and making all kinds of smarmy comments, and so were other people. And something compelled me to want to see what happened. And I saw some like news footage from NBC or one of the major networks, and it was blurred out, cut off. And I was like, if I want to see what actually happened, I'm going to have to look at it now because it'll probably get scrubbed, over time. And I ended up finding a very close-up shot of Charlie speaking and making his last words were some smarmy comment about what about gang-on-gang violence when someone asked about mass shootings. And
Richard, before you move on, hang on.
Yeah.
Before you move on, Richard, I feel like your next sentence is going to be a graphic description. And since we're going to let people decide if they want to watch it themselves, why don't we avoid causing that secondhand visceral response to people watching who also wouldn't want to hear it described, and skip the description and just get to the point?
Yeah, I understand. Basically, you see all what happened. I saw what happened, and it affected me in a very emotional and pronounced way. It completely shifted my attitude towards sort of dancing on his grave, and just it also felt important to me to see the reality of what was happening. I feel like a lot of, as much as we, it's reasonable, I think, to censor the mass media, like we are kind of protected from seeing the reality of the violence that exists around us and the victims of it. I think, maybe if Charlie Kirk had seen the reality of the people whose deaths he was hand-waving, maybe it would have had some effect on him. It certainly had an effect on me to see it happen to him. Yeah.
I was already thinking about this when you were saying this. Basically, you're saying your humanity is still in play, that when you see a human die in front of you graphically, you can't help but think about the fragility of life and how unpleasant that is. Fine. Charlie Kirk definitely saw lots of dead Gaza kids. Charlie Kirk definitely was aware and had seen the brutal shit, because we've all seen it. And he had no such reaction as you're having right now. The only good Gazan to him was a dead Gazan. So while I can appreciate your humanity's intact, I watched it. I didn't go, oh, this is pleasant. If anything, I probably somewhat selfishly, egocentrically went, I wonder if this is how all die, because political violence is probably about to take off more. It already has been upticking. This potentially is going to be a martyr thing. And I thought about the people I love and care about and don't want to see them die. I'm not at the top of the list of people they'd assassinate, but I'm not at the bottom either. And so it's not weird that you saw something that is graphic and gory. And if for no other reason than thinking, gosh, I wouldn't want that to happen to me, it felt awful. But then I'm not going to even take that and go, so seeing that gore means you must feel one way or another about it. And I didn't have the same reaction you did, as far as now feeling more sad for him or whatever. I had the responses that I've laid out here, and to your point, he did not have that response to the harm he was having, despite seeing plenty of dead Gazans.
But also, even if it would have changed Charlie Kirk's mind, you do realize that a good chunk of the authoritarian right are warmongers, soldiers of fortune, military individuals who've actually seen and in some cases killed people, and that didn't stop them. So you calling in to say that your humanity remained intact is hurrah, but I don't think there's any reason to. They didn't give a shit about any of this before. They're not going to give a shit afterwards. There was a whole nother shooting today that took place at a high school in Colorado that I mentioned as a passing note. There's going to be another shooting within a week, guaranteed, or virtually guaranteed. Nothing's going to change. People who watched, so you saw Charlie Kirk essentially die. Do you think President Trump got to see that footage?
That's an interesting question. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe? You don't think that the President of the United States has had the opportunity to see footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot unedited?
He might
Do you
be
think
thinking
he's
what
got
I'm
to see-
thinking. He might be too much of a
I'm sure
pussy.
he had the
to-
opportunity. I don't know if he elected to take
Do you
it.
think that? Do you think that President Trump has seen dead bodies, both when we blew up that boat that supposedly was full of Venezuelan drug lords, or when he gets military briefings on a regular basis? Do you think he doesn't see bodies?
Yeah, probably so. Yes.
Has it changed him
No,
in
it
any
hasn't.
perceivable way?
I
No,
mean,
it hasn't. What do you think
Yeah.
that the other people in the administration? There's a fundamental difference in that you and I give a shit, and we're not willing to excuse certain things, and we aren't willing to say that the ends justify the means. These people don't care about the rule of law. They don't care about due process. They care about lethality. Listening to Pete Higgs, I wish we had that clip. That clip, I would play it, but I don't want us to get a potential strike. But Pete, and even though I know we could, Pete Hegseth stood there and gave his little rap soliloquy on how the Department of War was back, and we weren't going to worry about petty legality. We were going to worry about lethality. We were not going to worry about anything other than winning, and stop being defenders and be, destroyers, or whatever it was the words you used. These people aren't like us, and fuck them.
I think it's a valid attitude to have, given all the circumstances combined. And a part of me is thinking that seeing that there is some value in seeing the horror, in terms of checking yourself with reality, checking oneself with reality, and we are insulated from it to some degree.
I know you feel that way.
Yeah,
I don't agree. I think that for some people it would make a difference, and for some people it clearly doesn't. I think that you are mildly traumatized from what you saw, and are grateful that you're still alive and that your humanity's intact, and you really wish other people felt the way you did. I do too. I wish everybody felt the way that you did. I wish everybody felt the way that I did on those things. I'm too entrenched in reality to engage in the sort of wishful thinking that people who haven't given a fuck about anything but their own pocketbook and white fucking privilege, or whatever they're going to whine about tomorrow, they don't care. And by the way, Trump can say whatever he wants about, everybody loved Charlie Kirk. That's a lie. But Charlie Kirk was a prop. Just like Trump is a prop. These are all props. These are pieces being moved around.
Yeah, for someone who doesn't care about humanity, yes, how can it be used to their advantage? I think you're definitely right about that.
And they will.
We got to get to super chats, but don't give up.
Yeah.
But we got to move on.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
Thanks, Richard. I appreciate your humanity. There's not enough of it, and I don't know how to fix it. And for years, the stuff, I've said plenty of things tonight that you couldn't have paid me to say 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
I tried. That's a joke. Anyway.
There were plenty of warnings, but it's like, no, I'm a humanist, and I find myself not just hating the world that they've created, but hating the people who created this world. And I hate myself, and I hate the situation they put me in, to where I am consumed with hate. But I'll tell you this, the hate that I feel is different from their hate, because I'm still not willing to advocate for or excuse violence. I may understand it more. I may be less boisterous in calling it out, but it's wrong. Charlie Kirk was murdered today, and it was fucking wrong. Doesn't mean I miss him as a human. I don't care. I think it's one of the things where I prefer the world without him, but I don't think the ends justify the means. I think this was a strategic mistake. I think it was a moral failing. But I understand the frustration that can lead people to things like that, where they think they have no other choice. They're flailing and lashing and flailing about because I don't know. I don't know who the shooter is. Has there been any update? If they've got anybody, if they have an idea?
No, not yet.
Yeah, we've been doing a show.
There's like a video that may capture the guy on the roof, but there's like, it's a stick figure essentially.
Let's close this out with some super chats.
Quickly to Richard, if you're finding, or more, this is to anybody who saw the footage and it is so viscerally upsetting that you feel it's going to lock into your mind, because it is viscerally upsetting. Play Tetris. That's real advice. The odds of you developing PTSD or other anxiety-related issues to the exposure to that event, playing Tetris in the aftermath of a traumatic event, dramatically improves outcomes. This has been studied. That's science.
You can also go to seculartherapy.org if you want additional counseling and help with this, because people react differently to death. And you can, so I don't know, apart from at a funeral with an open casket, I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a dead human other than that scenario.
I've seen a weirdly large amount. I was talking about this on a show the other. I've watched people die. I've watched them die like naturally and unnaturally. I've had a weirdly large exposure to death in my life.
All right, let's go to super chats. $20 from Greg Markowski. Been sick the last week or so. I couldn't watch, so I'll make it up this week with a big super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. By the way, we've got I don't know if Arden's got the schedule up so that we can tell everybody about all the other shows that are going on, but let me give the quickest rundown, but without giving the actual schedule, and I'll get the rest of the schedule later. Tomorrow is going to be a transatlantic call-in show. Oh, actually, no, let me give this one to Jimmy, and I'll get the schedule, and then I won't have to half-ass it.
Tomorrow's transatlantic call-in show, following which we'll be doing an episode of Calling It Now over on my channel, Jimmy Snow. That'll be Forrest and I taking over after tomorrow's episode of the transatlantic call-in show. Friday, Arden is coming and doing a Cus I Wanna with a person whose name I have forgotten off the top of my head.
Stark. He's the executive, or he's the, what is it? He does something at the American Humanist Association.
Iron Man had a baby. Fish Stark is coming.
Yes. He's also the son of the first open atheist in Congress.
He's Pete Stark's son.
That's way cool. No relation to Tony then. And then Sunday, we'll be back with our normal schedule. The Sunday shows, I don't remember. He was saying, we'll be back. I don't know. I'm off top, man.
That's good, because I couldn't find the full schedule anyway.
TACIS, Calling It Now, which we call SIN for short, CIN. Come on, sinners. We'll be on Calling It Now.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's your turn on the super chats, and then we'll keep going.
Quantum Chaos says, I consider Kirk to be one of the largest stochastic threats to my daughter's safety as a trans person in society, like the United CEO. He may not be a murderer, but he had a body count. Rip is R.I.P. is, I think he meant ish, Chuck.
No, rest in piss.
Oh, rest in piss. I got it. I don't know if I don't consider the United Healthcare CEO a murderer, to tell you the truth. Kirk would be up in the air in some ways as well, but the United Healthcare CEO, I might argue, was a murderer, since he oversaw the implementation and bragged about the implementation of the AI system they used to mostly deny claims. But he didn't pull any triggers, but he did implement some killers.
$20 from Ryan P. Andor shows this really well, but authoritarian regimes want these kind of events. They can use them as an excuse to crack down further on people. All this does is cause more harm and make positive change more difficult. First of all, thanks, Ryan. Second of all, I tried watching Andor. It ain't for me. And while it may be a really good way to convey these messages, I would, and I only say this just because Pedantic Boy is here tonight. That's me, not Jimmy. Although I guess we could both be Pedantic Boy at different times. I would be reluctant to suggest that because you saw something in a fictional show that it actually accurately maps to reality and what a fascist regime wants. I think it probably does. I think these things are storytelling ways to show this, and I think they're really good lessons. I just would rather talk about what's actually happened than I was watching a Star Wars show and this is what they wanted.
Yeah, it could be a good illustration, but I lived through 9/11 and I've seen the way they used 9/11 and things subsequently to take away freedoms. As the day October 7th happened. In fact, if you go back on this channel, you can find a video of me talking about Palestine's apartheid state a month before October 7th, which I love to point out when people are like, you don't even care until then. But anyway, when October 7th happened, my first thought was like, well, fuck, this is going to give those genocidal maniacs in the Israel government like basically a green light. And that's exactly what happened. I don't think I can predict as well as what, honestly, I think what happened in Gaza was what I had in mind, maybe not down to the exact detail. I can't predict as well what for sure is coming next after this, but it's going to suck.
Yeah.
I'm mapping and creating a list in my head of what are the things that if I had to move immediately with only things I could fit into my vehicle, would I need to put in my vehicle? I couldn't bring my whole home. I just had to grab what I could and go. What would I grab?
I'd have a lot of dead animals behind because I'd have to leave all the animals except for Arden.
Just do what people in Florida did. Just release them into the wild. What could go wrong?
That's probably what I'd do. There'd be a great variety of new reptiles and stuff in the Texas landscape, but
this is me. Atheist Mechanic says, God-given rights. God has given no rights and has yet to protect anyone. Yep. I don't know. Those thoughts and prayers today, what if they did work? Just a different set of thoughts and prayers than y'all think.
Yeah.
Like that's
$10
kind
from
of
Ryan P. Charlie Kirk was garbage.
Sorry, go ahead.
Are you sure this time? Because last time you said, go ahead, you talked again.
That's true.
Charlie Kirk was garbage. Oh my fucking God.
I had to. I was waiting for you to talk.
Charlie Kirk was garbage promoting ideas just like Jimmy, but that in no way justifies the horrid act. Political violence only begets more violence, which will disproportionately hurt already vulnerable people. Yeah. The thing is, how do we get off this merry-go-round? How do we end this cycle? And you have to have people on all sides, stop saying both sides, on all sides, who want the cycle to end. And so far, we don't have that.
Saying political violence only begets more political violence, I think sort of almost, I don't think you're doing this on purpose, but the implication is this is the beginning of the political violence that will now beget. This was the begetting of previous political violence. So it's in the middle of a chain of political violence.
It's really frustrating to be like, oh, the left are all violent. You're so full of shit. What it is the right has continually oppressed people. And it's like, I'm not touching you. 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 And when you lash out, by the way, they make excuses for absolutely everything, right down to protecting peddling child rapists. They excuse everything. And then we're the ones expected to play by the rules. You know why we're the ones expected to play by the rules? Because we're the only ones who fucking will.
Right. We're the only ones ever bothered.
We don't always, but we're the only ones who will. This is one of those things where all of those people who show up when the war starts and they're going to get compassion that they don't fucking deserve. The people on the right are the spousal abusers who do it because it benefits them and because they know that person who they view as weaker, as owing something to them, will almost certainly forgive them if they just pretend that they're sorry. So there's no fucking consequences in this world anymore, which is how we got the no consequences for the 34-time convicted felon traitor that's in office right now.
If we get $200 of super chats that say release the, I can't do 200. I have to do a specific thing. I'm going to do 20 super chats that say release the Epstein files in the next 15 minutes, I guess we have to do. I'll give away on calling it now tomorrow. I'll give away a Zerba shirt. I just want us to not forget to release the Epstein files. Zerba shirt on CIN, because I'm just like I'm scrolling threads right now and I'm like fuck. So could we get 20 super chats of at least 20 super chats of at least $5 or more, and then tomorrow on calling it now I'll give away a Zerba shirt. Okay,
because that's going to make it hard because we only post the ones that are $10 or more on this show, so that would make it harder for Arden to keep track of them.
But I put the goal thing using the chat thing, so it'll actually tell us if we hit that goal. Yeah.
Then ignore me and read Douglas's thing.
Douglas says, even progressives keep saying this doesn't happen in the U.S., only third world countries, but it keeps happening.
Facts.
Even progressives keep saying this doesn't happen in the... I don't know who you're referring to.
Yeah, I don't know who's necessarily saying that, but yeah, it's ridiculous that anybody keeps trying to say this doesn't happen. I mean, how can you say every single week this doesn't happen? This doesn't happen.
A lot of Trump's despot shit usually only happens in banana republics, but
$10 from the atheist mechanic. I, like many others, so fear the fallout of this action and hope for better things in the road ahead. Yeah. I'm genuinely terrified.
If you're mentally capable and you get the training and stuff, one of the things I tell people when shit like this happens is whether or not you wish there were guns doesn't matter as much. You probably need to own a gun and know how to safely store it and use it. The atheist mechanic says, I've said numerous times since waking up and seeing this news, I don't celebrate this action by any measure, but I'm not surprised either. No one is. Something like this was going to happen.
Yeah, and it will happen again. $10 from AshRay84. Huge thanks to the mods. I know your jobs are exceptionally hard tonight and you deserve all love. That's a fact.
Yes.
There's a lot going on at the network. There's some new stuff to announce and everything else. But, let's not forget, first of all, down at the end of the hall, the best producer on the network is working her ass off like a lot.
I saw the way you squinted at that, Jimmy.
Well, I wasn't worried about me. I was thinking about how soon enough it's going to be his wife versus mine.
Well, it's already that type of thing. But now I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. So yes, huge thank you to the mods and call screeners, everybody who's trying to make things go off without a hitch. See what I mean when I said earlier, please don't interrupt me because I'm old and I'm going to forget what I was saying. It happens all the time. I go in the kitchen. I don't remember why I went in there.
Fuzzy Logic says, I shed no tears for Charlie Kirk. Instead, I saved my empathy for his kids who saw it happen and the families of the other 127 on average who will die by a gun today. May all their families find peace. Yeah, even expressing some of those larger thoughts, because it's something in front of me, I feel similar things, but I'm also sitting here and going like, that's true, and it's good to express that, but holy crap, nobody has been expressing this about some part of survival is not thinking about all of the horrible deaths that are happening in the world. And so the families in Colorado, and then again, a Gazan kid probably tried to get some bread and earned a murder from the IDF today. And we're not going to have those similar types of conversations. So this is the death you see versus the death you don't. It's different, I suppose, but to me, I'm kind of like, I'm just getting through it.
Yeah. $20 from Kelly Schur. Charlie Kirk was a significant part of my deconstruction. Wow, sorry. Came to this platform through my love of debate. It's been quite the journey and continues. I just feel sad and old today. Woe to the United States. Yeah. I'm sad and old every day, but I'm desperately hoping to be less sad since I can't ever be less old.
I'm sorry that this is how insensitive this is going to sound to some people, but the thing that really bums me out about this is I was looking forward to Thursday's show because I am obsessed with 9/11. I've told Matt this before. I have a weird obsession with it. And every other year I will become in the same way as people are used to, like when an autistic or an ADHD person gets like their topic they become obsessed with. But this one recurs for me like crazy. And that's what tomorrow's show was going to be about in some way. We were going to talk about 9/11 and America's culpability with 9/11 and debating whether or not America held equal culpability to people like Al-Qaeda. We were going to talk about a lot of that. I'm like, no one's going to want to talk about 9/11 tomorrow just because it's 9/11. Anyway, so Ali
imagine
says,
doing TACIS tomorrow on 9/11 on the day after Charlie Kirk gets killed.
Yeah, I will tell the TACIS people right now in advance, if right now everybody, y'all depending on what we wake up to tomorrow, can decide without any repercussions whether or not you want to still do the show tomorrow. So any of our TACIS hosts can decide that. I know a lot of people right now are crossing their fingers and they're like, please don't be gay, please don't be trans, please don't be black, please don't be. We don't know what we're going to find out, and I won't blame anybody if they decide not to. Maybe we'll simul stream to both channels if there's some reason they don't want to do it. So TACIS will probably happen depending on how the hosts are feeling about it.
Also, I'm going to be subbing in. It was supposed to be, I think, Ben and Josie tomorrow, but it's actually going to be Ben and I. Josie told me a week ago she couldn't be there, and I missed the message, so I'm going to be filling in.
I guess it's good that you couldn't do, or that we filled Forrest in that spot.
Yep.
Yeah, let Ben know, depending on that. Y'all can decide at noon tomorrow or whatever if you even want to do it.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah. All right. Ali says, by the way, I said without repercussion. We don't have repercussions here. That implied there often are repercussions, and I can't think of the worst punishment I've given anybody here, besides having to talk to me. Ali Nate says, not that it's new, but already seeing so many maggots crying that the left are the violent, hateful ones, genuinely scared of where this road ends, but glad I have this community. Stay safe, everyone. I got to take that photo of the gallows and then just write, the left is the party of violence or whatever on it. Like, are you joking? Are you actually kidding?
Every accusation is an admission.
Yeah.
They're all pedophile. They're running a pedophile ring. No, we know who it was, and so did everybody else. If you look through that book, they all knew it was Epstein, and they all knew it was coming from Mar-a-Lago.
Which the wild thing was that there was a secret cabal of pedophiles at all. Like, holy shit, that turned out crazy.
$20 around, Michael. I don't know where we go from here. I feel like this will embolden the worst in our country, and I fear for whatever comes next. Love you guys. And chat, stay strong. Yeah, I'm there with you.
I guess I hope it's like after Trump's attempt, because I knew that was when he won, but I thought that was going to be something more fucked up. And people eventually did move on, because at the end of the day, we mostly want iPhones and ice cream. And actual civil war and whatever is something that even the loudest cosplayers aren't really going to do. But that doesn't get us any closer to solving society's ills either. So it's all shitty. Zerth Moonpaw says, Fribble Bibble. I made one of y'all say stuff. Honestly, I'm not sure how to feel. So my brain goes makes funny or go cruel and dark. I'm choosing make funny. Yeah, the commenter earlier, you could have just super chatted fuck Charlie and then we would have said it.
Yeah. Oh, now you said it.
Kinda. Fair enough.
$10 for UFC Trojan 51. I just want to thank you to the screeners and the mods for your hard work. I live near the shooting and fearful what will happen in my area and the U.S. Jimmy, take a Black Widow from AJ Lee. Fair.
Yeah. My partner's from Utah. A lot of, I was getting texts from somebody who was at UVU today. So it is wild. There's a lot of, it's going to affect a lot of people, personally. It is interesting. Obviously, like, this wasn't a mass shooting. This was a one and over. This was obviously very directly chosen. It's hard to imagine it wasn't premeditated, because it was in and out and seemingly done by a professional. The location of the person who was on the roof is like 200 yards away. Yeah, I don't know what else to say besides that. $10 from Space Barbarian. It was Clarence Darrow, defense attorney in the Scopes Monkey trial, who said, I have never killed anyone, but I have read some obituary notices with great satisfaction. I know Mark Twain has been credited with that quote also.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we know, but you know what? Everybody else can chip in another $10 to argue over who said it. Because the quote I found was Mark Twain. What?
Nope, he wasn't. I just looked it up. I was looking up if Clarence Darrow was the name of a Mark Twain character, but no, he's a real guy.
No, yeah, he's the lawyer from Scopes Trial. $10 for Kelly Sure. If I hadn't listened to endless hours of Andrew and Charlie, I never would have gotten here. Well, thank you for making liars of us and noting that they had done plenty of good just by being awful.
I would have rather
welcome.
there not have been hours of Andrew and Charlie that drove you here. Not because they were dead, but because those ideologies weren't so well represented. Because they are well represented, we don't have to worry that the loss of Charlie means the loss of audience. There will be a new Charlie, or at least people to take on. I don't even think you'll need new. They'll just redisperse amongst their current people. God Cinder says, I love how Matt works with the other host. Always fun vibes and banter from Caracal. We've also spent more time together than you and I think any other host on the channel. I assume that's correct, besides Arden.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I've spent more time with Arden than anybody here, but more time on shows. Yeah. It's definitely me and Jimmy. And actually, so Dr. Aaron Adair was supposed to be on tonight. We were going to talk about science stuff. He will be here next Wednesday with me. We bumped that. And hopefully, assuming there's not, another murder, assassination that we have to address, or the end of the world, or the beginning of a war, hopefully we'll get to talk about science education and stuff. But $10 from Joshua Everett. MAGA is making us all worse. It makes the cultists believe that evil is either good or worth ignoring, and it pelts the rest of us with metaphorical feces at such a rate that it blunts our reactions.
That's kind of a good point. MAGA, in a way, is what, when you were lamenting the things that you now think at the beginning, it's still MAGA that did that. The places it's pushed you and everything. Yeah, it's interesting. By the way, we need 5 more super chats in the next 3 minutes for the shirt giveaway tomorrow. But again, this was more about just 5 more super chats that say, release the Epstein files is what I'm here for. Tara said, hey, Atheist Tennessean here. Been watching you guys a long time. Keep it up. As for Charlie Kirk, I didn't like the man. I won't miss him, but I don't think the guy deserved to be shot. I'm not even going to talk about, I know Matt kind of said, I don't know if a person can deserve to be shot. And therefore, I don't know if he did or didn't. I know he deserved to be stopped, but shot is not a thing I'm going to give a judgment on.
Yeah, I don't. I genuinely wish it hadn't happened. But I wish he'd never opened his mouth. I mean, there's lots of things I can wish. This isn't about deserving, and I don't know the reason as well.
Yeah. I think I won't be able to solidify what I wished about it for many years to come until we look back. Anyway, TC says the thing Idiocracy got wrong was that the idiocy wouldn't take generations of dumb people outbreeding smart people to wreck the country. It only took a few years of malignant disinformation. The idiots are already here. Or they're misrepresented as a loud minority.
We have failed with education and science education in particular, but just education in general.
Yeah.
$10 from Outwitted by Fish. Matt, as an amateur grammarian, I must object to your use of the word irregardless. Irregards are countable. The word is irregard fewer. Oh my God. I love that, and it was incredibly fucking painful, Outwitted. It's like you heard what one of my biggest pet peeves was and decided to that's more torturous than some of the stuff Arden does.
I also hate irregardless. I also hate a whole nother, and then the one I hate the most that is actually not wrong, but it is used a lot. I can't stand the phrase all of a sudden. Hate it.
Oh yeah. My thing is nuclear, which they have now added as a correct pronunciation. And I'm like, we now live in Homer Simpson's brain. Although I think Homer's nicer than most.
We need 3 more super chats now. Get them in now. Release the Epstein file.
Get a free shirt. Release the Epstein file. Get it in. $10 from the Atheist Mechanic. A sentient bag of rocks is smarter than Tim. That call was horrible. Well, Tim might have to be my lawyer someday.
By the way, adding sentient to a bag of rocks has just changed that whole state. Of course, a sentient bag of I'd like to meet that bag of rocks. Space Barbarian says the cognitive power of the human brain allows us to have a significant negative intelligence that is dumber than rocks, which have 0 intelligence. Ah, interesting.
By the way, rocks are atheist, but not in any way that matters.
And we missed it by 2, but honestly, I'm still going to give a shirt away because we got a lot of them. So
well, you contributed. You're going to get a shirt giveaway tomorrow. All right. $10 from Josh Barba. Tim is sadly representative of the dumbest, most apathetic, idiotic assholes that are contributing to the downfall of society. Perpetual victim mentality of these morons is hilarious. It's frustrating because they've been misled and misinformed. And we all look at the world from our immediate perspective. And if I feel like I am disadvantaged and somebody comes up with information and says, oh, it's because of this, I'm more likely to accept that just because it's convenient and I'm lazy and I don't want to look into it. It takes work to figure out, hey, do we have a way of figuring out what the actual problem is? Is there an actual problem? What's the cause of it? What are the potential solutions rather than just me hurt that bad?
Yeah.
I mean, the lizard brain takes over. We're better at rationalizing, especially smart people are really good at rationalizing. And so once you think you got your reason, you're going to go with it. And once you're convinced you got the reason, why would you spend any time looking for another reason or trying to figure out if maybe we're wrong?
Barbara says, Tim, bag of hammers, which is smarter. Good job, host. It is appreciated. As of today, they are the exact level of intellect. It's a very insensitive thing.
From Barbara as well. Put Tim's other brain cell on life support. That's fair. I think we're going to get quite a few about Tim right here.
Yeah. We said Tim, not Charlie. My insensitive joke was fine. Atheist mechanic Tim, just stop. The little bit of dignity you have is being shredded. Also, leave the legal field. You have no business being there. I'm going to assume they were undergrad.
Well, they could be like a paralegal assistant, and maybe eventually they'll learn something. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer either. $10 from the atheist mechanic. Andrew is among the king of stupid callers. That's fair.
Still a king.
You go,
Anna
king.
Says, Andrew called in to chew gum to gush over Andrew Tate and claimed that men get harassed and catcalled more than women, and that women don't need to fear ick. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all, Hannah. Like, at all.
Hannah said that he also claimed the society doesn't care about women's appearances and that they only care about men's. Are you kidding me? This is the weirdest thing ever. So, Arden will confirm.
Well, Luthien was the producer.
I'm weird. What?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Go on. I was thinking you were saying something.
Arden will confirm this. I am easily the guy who's going to end up with a whole bunch of what the fuck are they called? I don't know. When I'm scrolling reels and stuff, the ones where like the one I came across the other day is there's someone who's like, hi, would you like me to make you a sandwich? And it's nothing but a
thirst traps is the word you're looking for.
There you go. Thirst traps.
You get a lot of thirst traps.
And yet I'm unimpressed by them in a in a kind of sex sense or anything, but it's like, oh, what's this? And once you click on a couple of them, and one of them was this woman making sandwiches, and I'm sitting here going, God damn, that looks like an amazing sandwich. And then of course she's serving it and I understand what they're for, but once you click on one, it just feeds your entire feed. It's obnoxious.
So I just hit search on Instagram. Look at all of these boobs.
Yeah.
It's literally, it thinks I only want boobs. And most of the time I'm not even joking, 90% of what I open are pet videos on this thing. But 10% I fall for the thirst traps.
You shouldn't call them pet. They're emancipated now. They have the right to vote and everything. Oh, you weren't talking about women. Sorry.
No.
$10 from the atheist mechanic. Andrew, you need to learn how to shut your trap and let the host get their point out. To be fair, and I'll say this over and over again. It's a call-in show, and I've been doing it for 20 years. And I sometimes know where they're going before they get there, and my frustration gets to the point where I don't let them get to their point. And so I'd rather, it's very difficult, especially when it's one caller against me and Jimmy, and we have the mute button. Nobody's pretending this is fair. If you want fair, book a debate. We will happily host debates. We will host moderated debates with, you can potentially even pick your moderator for some of this stuff. You can get time stuff. If you're looking for equal time, book the fucking debate. But if you're calling into the show, you better bring your A game, because there's 5 or 6 other people on hold, and we've been here for hours. And if you can't get to the fucking point or say something cogent, there is no reason to keep you around while there's somebody else that might do a better job. Ain't fair. Never said it was. Come swinging.
Had a crazy curl coming off my bun, so I took it out. Legally Mod says Tim and Andrew are too dumb to vote, and Tim is definitely a legacy admission. So I will say this, because I can anticipate comments from people who are well-meaning but sometimes are a little too. The main problem, and Matt wasn't actually advocating for this, so this isn't a correction to him, but I saw some people in live chat. You can't actually put an IQ test on voting, because otherwise Republicans would target further who to give education to make sure that minorities they don't want to vote can't vote. So when we say like this person's too dumb to vote, we're kind of talking about intelligent people who are evil articulating stupid things, like Charlie Kirk, too stupid to vote. But actual putting IQ tests and intelligence requirements on voting ends up just racist in the end. But Andrew is so full of atheist mechanic says Andrew is so full of shit it's laughable, but also saddening. Someone so young is that bad.
I'm sorry, there was some good news on the trans front that I'm sending to Arden for tomorrow.
Oh, that's exciting.
All right. Here we go. I get to read one from $100 mwahaha, from WK Misty Nipples. Just saying hi to 2 of my faves. What a crazy day. Hashtag go fuck yourself, Jimmy, and hashtag you're gay, homie.
Misty Nipples, I just want to make sure you know we're doing a new show over on Jimmy. It's my old channel, Jimmy Snow, with these vertical call-ins. They're called Calling It Now. I just want to make sure you know we're over there, okay? Just for the future. Just want to make sure you're aware that show happens. Josh Everett says, Matt would never tell me I'm a super awesome guy that everyone loves to my face. It could be true.
Could be. I probably, because I'm not keen on lying. And while I think you might be a super awesome guy that a lot of people love, I don't think everybody loves you because, hey, Jimmy, do you love Joshua Everett?
I don't know. No, I couldn't.
Yeah. I don't love you yet, but maybe another $20. May love you long time.
We're getting there. Misty Nipples,
thank you so much.
You can buy our love.
Thank you so much, Joshua.
Git Stanfield says, if Trump decried what occurred to those 2 legislatures in Minnesota this year, I'd have a bit more sympathy, but look at how he addressed what happened to Kirk with no evidence, blaming the left, for instance. So many probs. Yeah.
Yep.
And a
we
reminder,
still don't know who did this.
Earlier.
We don't know who did this or why, and yet it's the left that are violent. Maybe the person was left. Maybe it was politically motivated. I'm not even saying that's an outlandish speculation. But the left don't tend to do this.
And the last times they didn't. Did I say Trump earlier was who told the supporters to fund bail for Paul Pelosi's attacker? If I said Trump, I meant Charlie. Charlie was the one who did that. Charlie Kirk told.
I think you said Charlie, but I might be.
Okay.
$10 from Fry Jemai. Free Jimmy. Is it free Jimmy? I don't know. Second Amendment allows guns. Second Amendment allows guns to the well-regulated militia. Historically, the original name of the National Guard was the well-regulated militia. Second Amendment says the National Guard can have guns. No, it fucking doesn't. It does not say the National Guard can have guns. There's debate about well-regulated militia, but we also in this country have something called legal precedent, and a body of law has determined that the Second Amendment not only does not say the National Guard, it may not necessarily mean that, and that's not how they're going to apply it. Now, I agree with you in spirit that I think this was the intent, and that nothing about Jim Bob with his AK-47 represents a well-regulated militia. And thank you for the contribution, and we're on the same page. But the Second Amendment absolutely does not say the National Guard, either literally in all caps or necessarily within the body of law. But maybe it should.
God Sinner says there are so many dates that have good memories for some and tragedies for others. I used to make yeah, same thing. I used to make about jokes about 420 being weed, H-Man, and Columbine. Now I try not to. From Caracal. Yeah, people always think it's weird when I know Hitler's birthday, and I'm like, well, I knew about the weed first, and then I thought it was weird they were on the same date. Also, the distance between
Hitler's birthday is 420.
Yeah. And the distance between his death and Trump's birth is enough to sway me a little on reincarnation. Not really, but it is funny.
Trump posted a video on Truth Social about an hour ago with a statement. If you guys are interested, I mean,
I saw a little bit of it of him talking about how mad he is about Charlie Kirk's death.
The summary of it was, this is leftist fault for calling people Nazis and stuff. Because
Hitler would say that.
I mean, it's actually like one of the weaker responses they could have come up with, and just some milquetoast glazing after that. So,
yeah.
$10 from Hannah Hodgins. I work in a school and fear shooting every day and worry about all the little kiddos in school. My dad was in a school shooting. It changed him. Yeah.
Hannah's also bought my love, by the way. I've seen how much Hannah has super chatted.
You're falling behind, Joshua, but you're close.
Atheist Mechanic says, I'm already arguing with an old friend that they think the shooter is a leftist or on the left. How does anyone know this? And isn't it just a baseless speculation? I mean, Laura Loomer is out there saying that leftists hired a professional assassin to do this. So,
and you know what? Maybe she's right, but at the current point, we don't have any evidence for that, which shows you they are willing to make shit up without evidence and spread it before they have good reason, which either makes them liars, they are liars, or intentional deceivers hoping that they turn out to be right, which is still a fucking liar. But
well, it probably wasn't Hassan, or is it definitely, since he had a debate scheduled with Charlie Kirk for September 25th. It's coming up. It was going to come up in 2 weeks. So does that mean it's less or more likely to be him? Are they going to say maybe Hassan did it because he was scared to debate him? Or I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see. Can't say it. Zen Shaku. Taizen Shaku says, curious on Matt's thoughts on Buddhism, especially Zen from the Mahayana tradition in Japan. Love the show.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to give detailed thoughts on the Mahayana tradition. I'm not a Buddhist. I have no real interest in it. I've met a few Buddhists, some who would say that it's not a religion. Some would say that it is. Some try to say it's a philosophy and not a religion. The versions of Buddhism that actually advocate for, is it Naranj or Naranja? They have a version of a Buddhist hell, but anything tied to reincarnation or anything like that is horseshit. But the notion that the biggest problems I have is even in a philosophical sense, when you talk, I'm terrible at meditation, but when you talk about things like meditation, where it's like leaving your mind or setting aside yourself or the ego, I don't understand that. I don't understand how it makes no sense to me. And so no offense. If anybody finds a benefit from, engaging in that kind of stuff or identifying that way, I don't care. I hope you're not hurting anybody. I hope you're not hurting yourself. I hope you're not deceiving people. But generally, I don't run into a lot of Buddhists that are problematic. I also don't run into a lot of Hindus that are problematic, even though they have some bullshit beliefs as well. But I don't know enough, especially about the Mahayana tradition, because it's been ages since I bothered studying any of it.
I like guided meditations where you're like just imagining basically a story they're slowly describing to you. And I've done a lot of that for like stomach issues, trying to relax my brain when I'm in a state that's causing my stomach to get messed up. Those are nice.
I have a couple of visualization exercises that my therapist has recommended that I'm trying to work on. Some of them are incredibly annoying because my brain just doesn't work that way. But others have been helpful.
But if you run a company and you call your guided meditation hypnotherapy, I think you're a dick.
Yeah. $20 from Brock Smith. Nothing much to say tonight. Just wanted to send some love, and we will send love back. With interest.
Hey, this mechanic, release the Epstein files. Thank you.
That's fair. And we're going to keep going. Jerry Horchek says, release the Epstein files. $20. That counts a couple.
Space Barbarian, I'll make it an even 30. Release the Epstein files.
I have a problem in that the super chat list keeps refreshing, and I have no idea what page I'm actually on. True. Fair. Hypa, $10, release the Epstein files. Yes, don't forget about this stuff. I realize there's going to be talk about potential false flags and distractions and all that. No matter what any of this is, don't let any of it distract you from what's actually going on and what still needs to happen. Release it.
Thank you, Tracy.
I'm going to say that Tracy's also saying release the Epstein files, but $10 from Joshua Everett, who I now love.
There we go.
Charlie Kirk being a modern conservative, the motive could just as likely be infidelity or a minor that he was abusing on the side as anything political. Yeah, I mean, you don't know. I get the reason for this, and that's why I'm not saying anything, because I suspect that it is politically motivated, because that's the world we live in now. But I would have thought that for a number of other things that turned out to not be.
I'm going to engage it the exact way Charlie engaged it. He was killed by his gay lover. Brian says, release the Epstein files. Thank you, Brian.
$10 from her ladyship. My lady. My goodness, it's becoming trickier and trickier to distinguish the genuine callers who will just have a caricaturish, wow, I almost did charcuterie. Caricaturish level of stupidity from outright trolls doing a caricature. Yeah. This is Poe's Law. Yeah.
That's the one. Weird.
I clicked send, but it didn't pop up. There we go.
Kay says, honest question. I loathed the hateful rhetoric that Kirk had. I'm autistic and I'm trying to figure out my feelings before I say too much. How should I actually feel about a person that spewed such hate? First thing I said is I'm not telling anybody how to feel. I think that and there's even a level of like, whatever your feelings are valid. Doesn't mean they're well supported, but you're allowed to feel what you feel and then work through them and parse them and stuff. And think about what's useful to express, and then also think about what may be less useful to express, but you're going to. So you're going to use something like Snapchat because you don't want a record of it.
I'm currently dealing with some of this now because, like, if feelings of anxiety creep up, I may not be able to do anything about the feeling, but I should be able to do something about how I react to it and what I do in response to it. And so I'm hoping, I'm optimistic, I'll talk to my therapist about it tomorrow, that in the process of changing how I react to the feelings that I have, might also change the likelihood that certain feelings are even going to present themselves. Like if my brain learns, oh, Matt's just not going to respond to this, maybe it diminishes. I don't know. But either way, focusing on what I'm aware of and what I respond to is far more important. Like I'm not I have no control over who I love, who I'm attracted to, but I have control over what I do about it. I have no control about, whether or not I'm a diabetic, but I can control what I do about it. Jimmy's like, we all love ice creams and iPhones. I hate iPhones, but I love me some ice cream. So I'll take double helping of ice cream and stay away from the iPhone. That's how you can deal with it. So rather than worrying about how you should feel, I'd say it's best to focus, as Jimmy was saying, and as I repeated unnecessarily, evidently, how you react to it and what you do. Because the feeling is only bad if you're not able to change how you respond to it, I guess. And then that's a separate issue than the feeling itself.
Yeah. Tyson Shaku, I think we got this one, right? Curious on your thoughts on
this one came in twice. Thanks.
Yeah, it came in twice. I double checked.
Let's just say this one says release the Epstein files. Yay. I wish I had a better answer for you.
I'd like to read the next one because I think it's really funny. Sunnyside Ramsey says it was Barack Obama who said they've read obituaries with great pleasure while wearing the tan suit. I remember that now. I remember that. I saw that. I was in the crowd.
$10 from God Center. Release the Epstein files, but that's not how you spell Epstein. And Don F. Charlie, that's necrophilia. Okay, from Kirk. Yes.
Yeah, don't fuck Charlie. Zombo says, I don't want anyone to be unalived. I want them to stop being the kind of person who makes the world worse. Oh, and release the Epstein files.
True.
All of that.
$20 from Dante Verona. Piss on Musk, but this is what he said today. The left is the party of murder. A suspect has yet to be captured. Law enforcement cannot yet determine. This is what I mean. This retaliation language is already spreading around. Yes, this is what I mean. They're willing to bet that they're right so that they can say they were right all along. They were right before they even caught it. We knew it was going to be this. And what's funny is, for ages, the left were the hippy-dippy, tree-hugging socialists. Let's all love one another and free love and let's have freedom and everything else. And then the right decided to paint a picture of themselves, the racist, hateful, hood-wearing, marching in the street with tiki torches, storming the Capitol, raising a gallows, and then pretend, because the people who they've been oppressing and would like to keep oppressing are starting to push back. That pushback is aggression. Hey, I'm not as privileged as I used to be. No, I'm underprivileged. Hey, you used to take it and now you're not taking it anymore. You're too aggressive. Why don't you just use the word you want to use? Uppity. Go fuck yourselves, racists.
We're not gonna take it. No, we aren't gonna take it. Mark Goldie says, much love to you guys.
You do it. That's it. Much love. Much love.
That's Greek for release the Epstein files.
$20 from Mr. Boricua 10. I hope that people like Kirk, Andrew, Tim, and Kevin live with the regret of being responsible for fostering this world. Despised Kirk, but goddamn it, this had happened. Good grief. My regard to Kirk's kid and spouse. Yeah, I was especially irritated that when I posted really briefly, zero sympathy, that somebody's like, oh, you're a terrible person. You have sympathy for his kids. No, motherfucker, I do have sympathy for his kids. But the thing is, I had sympathy for his kids back before any of this happened. I had sympathy for his kids just because they were his kids. And I don't want anybody to go through this. And we've already been very clear multiple times today. This is absolutely wrong. But I don't have sympathy for him.
Tara says, again, release the Epstein files. Tara, you're a hero.
True. $10 from Godfrey and Good. The flags are already at half. Are you fucking kidding me?
No, he commanded it across the government.
I'm going to burn an upside down flag at full mast tomorrow. Actually, I'm not, because it's 9/11 and because I don't have a flag to raise or burn right now. But that's the way
for danger reasons, because it can fly off, but you can do it down below.
I can burn that flag however I want. They can arrest me. I don't care.
Well, full mast would be as it comes apart on fire, the flaming flag's going to end up on your neighbor's thing or whatever. The full mast part of the law does make sense. Overly Polite Rebel says, release the Epstein files. They can't force us to mourn their hateful hero. They can't imagine not celebrating if it was a left-leaning victim. Or making jokes about it, laughing about it.
Yep.
I don't know. Wasn't that Obama rallies where they were saying, beat the hell out of that guy? I'll cover your legal bills. Joshua Everett says, I appreciate the honesty. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Matt.
No, that's fine. $10 from Doc Romanot. When we cheer the end of a life, even in opponents, we surrender part of our own humanity. Arguments are defeated with reason, not applause at someone's silence. I'm not trying to defeat an argument. I'm trying to defeat fascists, and fascists need to not continue to exist.
I hear your
I've
point.
spent my life trying to defeat arguments. I don't feel I've surrendered a single part of my humanity today. But I'm also not cheering the end of a life. I'm cheering the end of abuse.
Yeah. It's weird because I don't think either of us have cheered the end of this life. However, I don't agree with your thing in total. Like I regret I wasn't in New York the day Osama bin Laden was killed, because that party looked awesome. Okay. And I got to tell you, there's at least one other world leader that I intend to party when they pass away of hopefully natural causes. It will affect if it's a party, if it's not natural causes. I'll probably be a little more quote unquote respectful, but I'll be stoked when Putin dies and Kim Jong-un and others. Yep. Liz Chris, I love you, Liz Chris, says, because he is someone's least favorite host, I will say Jimmy is my favorite host. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. That's a very lonely fan club you got there, Liz Chris, but I appreciate you.
It's lonely at the top. $10 from the Atheist Mechanic. Much love to the show. Y'all are great. Stay safe as we move on from this nonsense. May the monad be with us all.
One day I'll commit to memory when somebody explains to me the monad, but it will not be today. Her ladyship says, says the nincompoop who can't spell caricature-ish correctly while dissing the stupidity of others. It is one of those catch-22s when calling out somebody. It is often done by the right. I love being like someone writing your R word, but they don't abbreviate. They don't do you are, they do your. I love that. That's my favorite one.
Yeah, my R word, what?
Yeah. But what about it?
$10 from Zomble73. Matt and Jimmy and others have redemption stories. Learn to cast off the hateful dogma they were indoctrinated into. That is what I want for the likes of Charlie Kirk, not harm, redemption. Yeah. I would like the fantasy world where everyone is convinced of the truth because the truth matters, for good reason and good evidence. And that people who were wrong can just acknowledge it, be applauded for recognizing that, and move on. Not only do I not live in that world, I don't live in a world that looks at all like that world. And that's one of the reasons why I'm seriously struggling on a number of fronts, because I care about the truth. I care about reason and evidence. I know those things should be convincing. I know those things do lead to a more accurate, but there's no way they cannot lead to a more accurate model of reality, just odds-wise, than the random meanderings and conspiracy theories that people buy into. It is, when I say that I sometimes, like I yelled this in the living room the other day. Okay, you got me. I'm living in a simulation. You have turned the absurd knob up just enough. You can let me out now, just in case I could fool them into thinking I've finally figured it out. Because I need to go into the next super chat because genuinely, this is distressing every time I think about it.
I want to respond to a chat in the live chat. Dante had written unpopular opinion. I think Jimmy is totally great. That is the most insulting compliment I have gotten in a long time. That's kind of like saying, I think you're great no matter what everyone says. It's pretty good. Unpopular opinion. I think Jimmy is totally great. And that feels good and hurts. Reverend Nate says, how can the left be cucks and betas, but also the ones who are outrageously violent with non-threatening clowns? He thinks they protest too much and think too rarely. I believe that they are preparing to be able to justify maybe not the same type of violence, not vigilante violence, but they are hoping Donald Trump has more plans for that National Guard that is going to be a lot of people like me getting a boot in the face and pressed to the pavement.
I pointed out the person in my Twitch chat who suggested that I wouldn't say it to his face or he'd knock my teeth out. The person tonight suggesting I wouldn't say it to their face. Take a look at what type of person says, you wouldn't say that to my face, while also trying to pretend that you're the violent one. I don't think in my entire life I can recall ever telling someone you wouldn't say that to my face, other than mocking them for actually saying that to me. I remember also a debate I did with Saitin Brugenkate, I believe it was, who suggested that I would probably get pissed and want to kick his ass if he said my wife was a whore. And I sat there and smiled and pointed out, you know, because I'm not violent. If my wife is a whore, then you're telling the truth and there's nothing to be upset about. And if my wife's not a whore, then you're a delusional liar and there's nothing to be upset about. Also, I don't find whore to be a pejorative. So you look really silly right now. If I said your wife was a redhead, you'd want to kick my ass. No, you either made a true statement or not. And it says everything about you, just like you wouldn't say that to my face. It means you're the cowardly one. You're the one that bullies because you're afraid I will say it to your face. And I've sat here for 20 years with my actual face, my actual name, taking heat for things I've done, taking heat for things other people have done, and speaking the truth, not my truth, that's bullshit, the truth, to anybody who wants to hear it. Anybody who thinks I'm afraid to say something in their face, well, I only have 4 fucking teeth left. How much damage do you think you can do?
Okay, I was literally asking Arden in chat because I couldn't remember if you talk about dentures. I was like, I can't remember if he talks about this. So am I allowed to make this joke? I was going to say, like, by the way, it's not that big of a brag. Couldn't a firm pat on the back knock your teeth out?
No, last year I had all of my teeth removed except for 4 of them. I have a lower denture plate that are attached to those 4 temporarily. But in the show, when you saw those little blackouts, I took my teeth out. I would do it in front of you, except I know some people are going to find it gross. But every now and then, there's like a little something gets stuck underneath the denture and hurts. I don't have any upper teeth in right. Literally, somebody commented on a video the other day, and they're like, "Does Matt have any upper teeth?" Because I did a video without, because I just forgot, because it's just more comfortable. Sounds weird. Yeah. Sounds weird. I sound like I'm super old at this point there with that. But, you know, I don't care because I'm not in pain all the time anymore. It wasn't something I did. It doesn't say there's no deficiency in me. But yeah, if you're going to come knock my teeth out, cool. Because there's only 4 left. It won't take much effort. And then I'll sue you and I'll get the implants that I'm saving up.
I could give him a congratulatory pat on the back and I'll have done it. I'm not impressed.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Says, thanks, Matt. Was curious because of how often you describe your Zen. I often think of Zen Buddhism as human secularism in a spiritual trench coat. Would love to chat about it someday. Have more money.
Yeah, sure. The Zen thing started more kind of a joke because I have a reputation which is not wholly undeserved, but I think is perhaps slightly exaggerated. And so, because I don't start off angry at anybody. I'm usually pretty good about resetting between calls. But I'm fucking human. And some of this shit is so irritating to keep asking the same question over and over and over. And sometimes, like today, when I think it was Tim that was on a delay and answering a question from the previous segment, finally. I don't know, Tim, did you type my question into AI and then wait for it to come up with something while I was asking other questions? Because that's the only thing that really explains a delay like that.
Long delay.
$10 from Godfrey and Good. When the right starts blaming the libs for what happened today, just say it's too soon to focus on things like that. We need to keep Charlie and his family in our thoughts and prayers. That's fair.
I've said thoughts and prayers many times. I've also said other things on my anonymous Twitter account, but there's a reason it's anonymous. I'll be keeping it to myself. Daniel says,
"Ooh,
hope
what's
you
the name of
guys
that one?"
Exactly. Hope you guys have a good night. Gonna watch the replay.
Thank you. I didn't even know there was a replay. Oh, that's Daniel. Daniel. Hey, man, when you watch the replay, thanks. Hope you're doing well.
I don't know you at all, but word.
Daniel and I met in Florida, I believe it was. And yeah, good guy.
$10 from
$10.
Woogie Whip. Do you think
do it.
there's a way back to sanity from where we are without multiple horrible things happening? I love Star Trek, but even that unbelievable utopia didn't get there without World War III. Well, we're amidst the horrible things. So it's more of, do we think more horrible things will happen? And I don't see how today would be the end of them.
I will say that while my optimism has faded, I thought it was another one popping back up. While my optimism has faded, there it is. I knew there was some more coming. I'm nowhere near giving up. And I decided a long time ago that I'm in this for the long haul. And pretty much the only things that will get me to stop fighting for what's right is dying, or if there is significant risk to the people I love. Like if it's making all of our lives more miserable and putting us at risk, I would stop then. But pretty much, I'm in this till we fix it or die.
We've gone past the point that either of us even have a choice anyway. You've gone viral even more often than me, but there's no choice left anymore. There's no honest choice. I could pretend, I guess, to become, maybe I could take Charlie's spot, act like tomorrow I woke up from woke after the Charlie shoot and then become a multimillionaire so quickly because I lead the left.
Somebody suggested I run for office. Well, I appreciate that. First of all, generally speaking, I'm not qualified. Yes, I know I'm more qualified than Marjorie Taylor Greene and a bunch of other people, and would do a better job. But this is the problem. The people who know that they're not best for this aren't the ones that are actually getting the jobs. But also, there's 20 years of me, rah, God sucks. While there may be a path out of the world we're in to a better world, and maybe even a genuinely good world, I have zero optimism that there's a path that leads from this world to me being an elected official in any sense. And I don't want the job.
As for me, Trump's going to make a new Department of God or whatever with their whole thing they're doing, and I'm going to lobby to get the head of that position under a leftist president or a liberal president. I'm going to try and get it. I'm going to lobby for it. Y'all support my lobbying effort to become the head of the Department of God or whatever it ends up being called. Her ladyship says, nothing quite like being left pointing out at the egg on one's own face live on air. Should have known better than to try to spell caricature-ish with a non-zero, I don't know what ABV is short for. Abbreviation? Adverb? When your verbs are ripped and you have adverbs?
I feel like I should know what that is.
Me too.
But here we go. Final super chat for the day. And then we're
blood alcohol ABV, isn't that like, wait,
Alcohol by volume. Yeah.
With a non-zero ABV. Got it. That was you.
I
That was
got you.
us, not you. We were the dumb ones.
That's the love of my life down the hall right there, pulling out those acronyms that I don't remember. $10 Canadian alleged money from Reverend Nate. Why does Matt sound like Colonel Sherman Potter when he does his fake toothless old man voice? I can't believe I spent 10 supposed dollars to say this. That's correct. I don't even remember what I sounded like, and I barely remember what Sherman Potter sounded like. But on that note, we're going to end the show. Here's my last thoughts. Don't give up. Keep trying to build community. They are lying, obviously lying, and we need to find a way to make people care that they are obviously lying. We need to find people, we need to get people aware that it's not that the left are the violent ones. It's that the right are the liars and the oppressors. They're the right are the ones that are keeping a boot on your neck. And if you dare to push back against that boot, they say, stop resisting. Well, I'm not going to stop resisting. I'm also not going to be sanctioning violence or murder. I understand the frustration of people out there. I don't think it's strategically wise. I don't think it's sound from a humanist perspective. And I know what it's like to absolutely find yourself waking up despising people for what they've turned the world into, not knowing what to do about it, not having any way to fix it, and feeling helpless, anxious, terrified, frustrated. And that's why I keep coming on every week, because not only do you guys help me feel better, because I now know I'm not alone, but hopefully when you can see other people who might have had some answer for you on something, failing to come up with an answer on this issue, hopefully you feel a broader sense of community and fellowship and that you aren't alone. I have no idea what's going to happen. Could be war, could be the end of times, could be the destruction of everything. It could be any moment there's a turning point. Tomorrow commemorates the terrorist attacks on New York City. I'm going to pretend the flags are at half-mast for that reason. I don't care if somebody likes somebody, if they're conservative, if they're supportive of stuff, that's fine. I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care how you identify. I care what you do. And if you run around murdering people, you're awful. And if you're somebody that mocks that, attacking the marginalized people and doing things that are just making life more miserable for everybody, you deserve to be called out for that too. Instead of rewarded, instead of lionized by the President of the United States, the garbage, cankles, McTaco tits, bone spurs, traitorous piece of garbage that's a felon and a protector of child abusers and a liar and a 34-time convicted felon who owes millions of dollars to someone that he was basically convicted of sexually assaulting. If you're still making excuses for that, and you think it's because those trans folks are just, they're taking over sports. Those queer folks, they want us to pay too much attention to them. I wouldn't mind if they just act straight in public. Those colored folks, wow, they've managed to set all of us where we're now underprivileged and they're taking over everything. Then I'm genuinely sorry and heartbroken for what the lies and the right have done to your brain and your humanity. Some of us are going to work to keep giving you a space where you can find your way out, but you have to do the work. You have to be willing to listen. You have to care more about what's true than whether or not you're in the in crowd. The jocks that wanted to skip science are now running everything and declaring that we are going to be the nation of war because we care more about lethality than legality. And they prove it by bombing boats in international waters and claiming they were the bad guys. Well, hey, if you guys say so, they're the bad guys. Oh, and Charlie Kirk was the good guy. Cool. It seems that your thoughts and prayers aren't doing anything to make the world a better place. And the fickle finger of fate, or the God that you believe in, is killing off good guys and bad guys from both perspectives at a fairly similar pace now. Maybe we can start doing something at least about, I don't know, the guns. Maybe we can release the Epstein files. Maybe we can stop wrecking the economy. Stop stroking the ego of the world's biggest child who needs constant affirmation. Maybe we can have a staff meeting for the president that doesn't involve 30 minutes of ego fellatio. But at a minimum, can we please stop killing people? See you next time. Bye-bye.
Release the Epstein files.